This meeting is called to order. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today's Tuesday, August 16th, 2022, and the time is now 6:01 p.m. Now, before we proceed with the meeting, I just want to read into the record our rules of civility and decorum. Commissioners must first be recognized by the chair and not interrupt the speaker. Public comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individuals on the dais or in the audience. Displays of rudeness, insults, personal attacks, and most assuredly threats are strictly prohibited. Disruptive behaviors from the audience are likewise strictly prohibited. Should disruptions occur, a warning will be provided, and if they persist, you will be asked to leave the chambers, in which case you will not be readmitted. Good evening, everybody. City Clerk, I'd like to ask if you could please begin the roll call.
Mayor Penserga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Present.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. The invocation for this evening will be led by Pastor Chuck Brannon of Gateway Community Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Amy Kelly. Let's all stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everybody. I'm glad to be here to pray with us and pray for us tonight. Dear Father God, we thank you so much for the mighty love you give to us. Because we're valuable to you, we count. Our lives matter. We have a purpose, and we're thankful for all you do for us. Lord, help us to live out our faith. And I pray your blessing upon each and every person in this room tonight. Lord, help us in our personal life. Help us to love our family. Help us to be good neighbors. Take care of our children. Work hard. Pray diligently. And remember the other people in our city. And Lord, I pray for Boynton Beach. May we become more and more a city that loves one another, cares for one another, works hard to help each other. Father, we thank you for our mayor and vice mayor and our commissioners, our city police and fire department, and all the other areas of service that are given every single day. And we're glad that we can be in a safe place. And when we need help, somebody will come and help us. When we call, somebody will answer. And when we have a need or a question, somebody can help us to put things in perspective. So, Father, tonight I pray that we will follow as you lead us and be willing to do that. Help us to see that your guidance in all things is the best way to go. And help us to follow your direction so we can fulfill our purpose and our joy in life and go forward in every respect. So tonight, we thank you for every person here. We thank you for the agenda, and may everything on the agenda be done honestly, sincerely, with integrity, and may the best results happen as a result of wisdom and good choices. And we pray this in the mighty name of Christ, your Son. Amen and amen.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. We are now moving on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, and corrections to the agenda. As for myself, I received a request from our city attorney to make an announcement under legal to request for a closed door shade session regarding litigation. He will make that announcement then.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, city attorney. I'd also like to make an addition right after 3D. So we'll call this 3E. We have special guests this evening, the Boynton Beach Little League. We would like to recognize them this evening. So we will do that at 3E. My third request is that we move up item 10B. Item 10B is the item pertaining to the PBSO proposal. I would like to move up that item immediately after public audience. This way we can address it sooner rather than later. Those are my only 3 amendments. Are there any other proposals from my colleagues? Hearing none from my left, anybody on the right? Vice Mayor,
I'd like to table item 11A.
table item 11A. I would like to request that you make that motion when we arrive at 11A.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else from my colleagues? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
We have a motion and we have a second. City Clerk, did you record those names? Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes and the agenda has now been amended. Our very first announcement, we have informational items by members of the commission. Let's begin with Commissioner Kelly.
I don't have any disclosures. I do have one informational item to share with my colleagues. As you know, there is an agenda item tonight that there was a potential conflict, and I have, under advisement of City Attorney, I have consulted with both the Palm Beach County Board of Ethics as well as the Florida Commission on Ethics. And so I do not have a conflict with the agenda item. And so I do have copies of those opinions that I got from the Commission on Ethics for the clerk to take in for the record. So I just wanted to let you know.
Commissioner, for clarity purposes, which item are you referring to?
I'm referring to what you have now moved to, I'm guessing 5A.
PBSO
Yes,
proposal.
correct.
All right. I would appreciate any of those copies. Thank you. Any other informational items before we proceed, Commissioner Turkin?
No.
All right,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Turkin, it is.
I don't have any disclosures. I do want to thank Andrew Mack and staff for triaging the Culver and canal concern. I want to thank Mr. Guzman, Mr. Dunmeyer, and Ms. Toller for your hard work with the proposed project in Forest Park for traffic control. I know that the neighbors are excited, and this is truly going to make our neighborhood safer for our children. Eleanor, Chelsea, and the marketing team, I want to thank you guys for the first Friday. Great turnout. Again, we had people from other cities joining us, so thank you for all the hard work you do, and all the city staff and city workers. We're given a lot of work, a lot of deadlines, and not enough time and funds to do it. So thank you for what y'all do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I couldn't echo those sentiments more. We have excellent staff in the city. Vice Mayor Cruz.
Maybe it's not necessarily relevant, but I was in the emergency room this weekend in case anybody is offended that I did not return their call. And I do not have any disclosures to make at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Hay.
I don't have any disclosures, but I do want to comment on the First Friday at 5 concert. It was excellent. Good crowd out there. Everybody seemed to be enjoying themselves. I also like to talk a little bit about the Florida League of Cities that was held in Hollywood, Florida. It was their 100th anniversary and really had a great turnout. There were many classes that was offered. I have a book here that has just a whole list of classes that they offered to everyone. I just wish I could have attended all of them, but they have several going on at the same time. Just for you that may not be familiar with the League of Cities, it is a collection of all 39 municipalities that are here in Palm Beach County, which meets on a monthly basis. On an annual basis, they have the State League of Cities. And at these conferences, I would behoove my colleagues, when they can, to attend, because you learn so much information. You learn how other cities are facing the same types of problems that we're facing, and yet they overcame, and they share what they did to overcome those challenging situations. And it's really organized for city officials. We exchange ideas and knowledge. And it's really, I think everybody would agree if you go on a job, you're not going to move very far if you don't get some extra training to keep your skills up. And this is part of what the League of City is doing for all of us. It's a training session. They have classes that are offered to help train us as city officials. Lots of information is shared to help us understand how the cities operate. What's involved with the ethical nature of this the business that we're in. So they have classes on the ethics and what's required of us. I think all of us know that at least once a year we're required to have at least 4 hours of training, and sometimes it's same information, but it's a requirement to keep us up to par in case something changes. That type of information is given at the conference. There's always something new to learn at these conferences, and they have hundreds of vendors that are showing new products that are used in cities. And if you have this problem or the other problem, they may have a solution for you. So it's just an excellent time to go and attend these classes. I was happy to see at least 2 of my colleagues were there. The mayor, Ty Pensergo, and Amy Kelly were there. One was in the hospital, I understand. But if you get a chance, please attend these classes because it's more than worthwhile. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I likewise attended that event, as you mentioned, and I couldn't agree more. It is a deeply educational experience, and one of the most moving sessions I attended was managing mass shootings as well as crises in general. It is not something that anyone looks forward to, and it is something that no one is ever quite prepared for, but it is a reality that we have to face, and we have to do our best to be prepared. And that is it for me. Oh, I want to mention that after that conference, literally drove straight from the conference to back here to our town at Leisureeville. Thank you to the residents of Leisureeville for hosting me for a town hall. I couldn't be more pleased with all the engagement. I'm counting maybe 50, if not more, individuals who showed up. So thank you to everybody who was present and all the organizers as well. If there's nothing else from my colleagues in terms of items, I'd like to move on to announcements. Our very first announcement this evening is that the City of Boynton Beach Pioneer Canal Boat Ramp and Observation Deck project has been nominated as one of the top 10 finalists for the Niagara Perk Your Park project. 3 projects will be selected to receive $75,000 based on receiving the most votes from the public. Voting takes place at www.niagaraperkyourpark.com. Participants can vote once each day through September 12th. So I hope the residents will partake and help us win all that funds for our park. Second announcement is with regards to the public is invited to participate in the Parks System Master Plan online survey at reimaginerecreationboynton.com from August 8th through September 8th, 2022. They have also had in-person meetings. I know I've attended at least one of them. It is a worthwhile experience, and I see some of the audience who I've seen at those meetings as well. Our third announcement is that we have the change to free chlorination of the water supply from August 17th, 2022 through September 6th, 2022. I believe this is a preventative measure, which is a good thing. We're going to move on to our first and only proclamation this evening, which is recognizing August 21st, 2022 as Senior Citizens Day. Sandra Watson of the Senior Advisory Board Chair will accept the proclamation. And before you come up, Ms. Wilson, I'd like to read that proclamation and have you accept it. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas August 21st marks the 32nd anniversary of World Senior Citizen Day, and whereas with Proclamation 5847 made on August 19th, 1988, U.S. President Ronald Reagan proclaimed August 21st of each year to be the National Senior Citizen Day. And whereas the United States of America senior citizens are considered at 60 years of age in some cases, people who are 55 years of age can be recognized as senior citizens. According to the United States Census Bureau, by the year 2035, there will be 78 million citizens over the age of 65 living in the United States. And whereas the city of Boynton Beach includes a growing number of senior citizens who contribute their strength, wisdom, and experience in their community, and whereas the city of Boynton Beach recognizes our need to create a community that provides the service and supports senior citizens' need to thrive and live independently for as long as possible. And whereas the city of Boynton Beach works to support senior citizen residents through recreation activities, social engagement, mental health education, and volunteer opportunities, and now, therefore, I, Tai Pensurga, by virtue vested in me as mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, do hereby proclaim August 21st, 2022 as Senior Citizen Day. We urge every resident to recognize the contributions of our senior citizens, help to create an inclusive society, and join efforts to support senior citizens. Thank you, Ms. Watson. Would you like to come up?
Good evening.
Good evening, and for
Mayor-
convenience, we do have two microphones if you'd like to
Okay.
use it.
All right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, audience. I would just like to give you a little information about the Senior Advisory Board and then let each one of them introduce themselves afterwards. The Senior Advisory Board is a fact-finding committee that advises the commission on such issues as setting up a retired senior volunteer program that we call RSVP, seeking federal and state grants to provide services for seniors, monitor and lobby for legislation regarding the elderly. We provide a resource guide or a newsletter for available programs for the seniors, provide recreation, social programs as much as needed in the city for active retirees, semi-retirees, seniors for day trips, outings, and social gatherings. The advisory board will work in partnership with other agencies within the city and the county already in operations to bring more awareness and programs to the senior citizens of Boynton Beach. These are just a few of our duties. They're listed in the Boynton Beach, Florida Code of Ordinance, Section 2-142, if you want to see it for yourself. We meet on the first Monday of the month at 2 p.m. For September, we'll be meeting the second Monday because of Labor Day. And we want to thank you for allowing us to present that and giving us that proclamation and letting everyone know that August 21st is Senior Citizens Day. So what we would ask everybody to do is just go out and do something special for a senior citizen. And I'd like the board to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Lyman. I'm the vice chair of the Senior Advisory Board, and I work with Sandra, and she just has amazing ideas that's going to make it so much better and give so much more to our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcia Levine, and I'm a member of the Senior Advisory Board, and I am spearheading the Senior Resources List Guide to gather all the resources that we have in Boynton Beach and Palm Beach County so that we can put it in one concise list, even if it's small to start, that we can start jumpstart that process and kind of getting seniors in Boynton Beach have a place to go and to have a list of what is available to them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Swiner. I'm a member of the Senior Advisory Board. I've just went to my third meeting and looking forward to all the opportunity and to serve the community.
My name is Danny Farrell. I am a member of the Senior Advisory Board, new as well, but I'd like to thank the city for letting us have this advisory board. And I think we're going to do some great things for the senior community in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think all of you will be pleased to hear that the commission is working on additional homestead exemptions for seniors and low-income seniors. So more on that coming up in a future agenda. Our next item is recognizing our very own East Boynton Beach Little League, 12U. Let me read this certificate of appreciation. In honor of East Boynton Little League 12U's remarkable achievements this season, including winning the District 7 championship and participating in the state tournament, as well as the team's representation of the highest principles of sportsmanship, competitiveness, and civic pride, the City of Boynton Beach hereby awards you the Certificate of Appreciation dated on this 16th day of August 2022. Thank you and congratulations. We are so incredibly proud of you. So now I'd like to ask if you'd like to come up and accept the certificate and perhaps a group photo.
Why don't you guys kind of spread out there? You got the whole middle. Spread them out.
So good evening. My name is Justin Zeik, and I'm the manager of the East Boynton Beach Little League. Very, very proud of these kids. As the mayor mentioned, they've represented this city with tremendous class and sportsmanship. It's a total team effort to get where we went. We had 13 tremendous players. Everyone contributed. They're all friends. We've all stayed together for about 5 or 6 years, and it's been my honor to coach them. I also like to thank my assistant coaches, Tony Senkar, Jeff Brooks, Rob Gleichenhaus, and Luke Evans. And most importantly, thank you to the city for having us. Thanks for your support this year. Thanks for your continued support in the future. It means a lot to us. I can tell you East Boynton Beach Little League is a special place, and that's because of the people. And it's been a tremendous run. We'll ask where this summer went, and we'll be smiling because it was a summer filled of unbelievable memories. And thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. That concludes our announcements, community and special events and presentations. We'll be moving on to next public audience. And before we begin, I just want to remind everybody that each person has 3 minutes. This is non-transferable. This is not a Q&A. This is a time for you to speak and for us to listen and take notes. And if you are listening online and would like to speak, please make sure to keep your digital hands raised. And at the end of the in-person public comments, that will also be the end of when we'll accept digital hands online. For those online speakers, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining on the clock. This way you can pace yourself. And now I'd like to ask for those in person in the chambers, if you'd like to approach the podium, there are 2 podiums, we'll take turns. And one more announcement. Now, the PBSO item is right after public audience. We will have public comments specifically for that item. So if you would like to do that instead, I would recommend that you wait and speak when we arrive. And I will reserve public comments for all other items not relating to PBSO. All right, so please approach the podium and we'll begin when you are ready.
Good evening. My name's Danny Farrell, 4414 Round Table Court in Boynton Beach. I wish to address the commission this thing. First of all, just say congratulations to Chief DeGiulio. I think he's going to make a great chief, a very excellent choice. But the main reason I'm here tonight is to address the speeding issue in our city. First day of school happened recently, just last Wednesday, and we already had a total of 9 citations and 28 warnings on the very first day of school. This was just in front of 2 elementary schools, just in one day. So this needs to be a very serious issue, and I think we need to see what we can do as a city to maybe make fines more extensive for somebody who's doing this, because one of the people was pulled over for doing over 55 miles an hour in the school zone. So there's really nothing there to stop somebody from doing it. They need more than just a slap on the wrist. So I would like to take that into consideration. I don't know what we can do as a city, but I think we should do something more than what we're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll take turns going back and forth between the podium. So you, sir, begin when you're ready.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Donald Tarka. I live in Gulfview Harbor. I've been a resident of Boynton Beach since 1976. One thing is, when you're looking for a new city manager, I please hope you consider somebody local, somebody that understands our community and knows what's going on here. The second thing is, on April 14th, I was shot with a BB gun while protesting on the side of Woolbright. I came to the commission, informed you all. I had reported it. The police had gotten back with me, but since then, nothing has happened. I provided a video of me actually being shot. I was told by the police that you have the car on your traffic cams with the person holding the gun out the window a few times and then going up and then shooting him. I was also told you have the license plate number, that it was somebody that lives in Boca. Okay, so why has nothing been happened? You've got all the evidence, you have the car. This political violence has to stop. Multiple times we've had things thrown at us, and it's getting a little wearisome. And with everything going on nowadays, it sure does look like all of a sudden nobody seems to care. You have all the evidence. You have the car. Why? Because it's 3 young white people in an $80,000 BMW that you don't go after them? This is not fair. Also, I've seen a lot of political signs being vandalized. I don't think anybody's signs to be vandalized. But what I would really request is that you have the police department put out a statement that political violence and destruction of people's signs, you all understand how much those signs are. They're $100 a piece, and they're being destroyed left and right. I also have had in the past where community standards has removed a sign from my yard when they didn't have a right to. I called and complained. The person, the supervisor agreed with me and they brought it back the next day. But I just want to go, coming into this election season, I would like this city to please make an effort, make some statements that political violence and the destructions of people's signs will not be tolerated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Keith Fight and I'm a resident of Boynton Beach, and I'd like to talk a little bit about education in Palm Beach County today, being that we have an extremely important election coming up, primary election next Tuesday, which is also the school board election. There's not a more important election this year, I think, even than my own, than any I've seen in my lifetime, than this school board election and electing people who are going to look out, protect our students, and empower our parents. I'd like to read for a second directly from the district's equity statement. The school district of Palm Beach County is committed to transforming our system by hearing and elevating underrepresented voices, sharing power, and this is key here, recognizing and eliminating bias, and distributing resources to provide equitable outcomes. The school district of Palm Beach County acknowledges the existence of and will eliminate systems, processes, and mindsets that perpetuate race, ethnicity, poverty, disability, language status, undocumented status, religious affiliation, gender identity, and sexual orientation as predictors of achievement. I am a teacher of 25 years. I have a PhD in educational leadership, so I believe I can speak to this with some knowledge. I'd like to ask, and this is to everybody out there, what is the bias that the school district is looking to eliminate? Because in New York City, it was honors and AP classes that were cut in the name of bias and equality. In Seattle, math was declared racist, a tool of power and oppression that disenfranchises people of color, all in the name of bias and equity. In Oregon, it was reading and math graduation requirements that were eliminated in the name of bias and equity. In school districts in California, teachers are being instructed to treat students of color differently than white students, to ignore poor behavior, excuse missed homework assignments, grade more leniently, and disregard student absences, all in the name of bias and equity. Any of these policies, not one of them does anything to help white students or students of color or any students for that fact. Furthermore, in Wisconsin, 8th grade boys are being prosecuted for sexual harassment for using the wrong pronouns in addressing a classmate. The Pennsylvania Board of Education has determined that 3-year-olds, okay, 3-year-olds have the maturity to determine that they are transgender. And yesterday it was reported that Minnesota schools, in agreement with their teachers union, announced a policy in which they would be terminating the employment of white teachers before that of persons of color without regard to seniority or performance, but based solely on skin color. My question to the school district, to anybody listening, is this the kind of equity our school board members are looking for here in Palm Beach County? Do the research yourself, decide for yourselves, but vote for your children. Please get out and vote on August 23rd for school board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium.
Herb Sauce. First of all, I would like to say, that I'm still as a part of the emergency response team with the fire department, with hurricanes and everything. Even with my walker, I still go around during the hurricane season with my walker. And they train me well. Even up at the center up in Palm Beach County, somebody hit their head. I knew exactly what to do. I was trained even on airplanes. I'm very well trained, so I thank that. Also in the police department, I was with the patrol. I was given permission by the police department to ride my bike at that time. I could to patrol around Congress, which I did. There was a little thing that was a substation on Congress by the old Publix. The other thing I would like to say is that when I make a call to my commissioner to my commissioner. Not going to bite her head off, but I expect a return call. I've been trying to get through. I see busy signal, busy, maybe because she sees my name, she doesn't want to pick it up. But I worked very hard in my community to get her elected. She knows it and I know it. And the people in my community are not very happy with this particular commissioner, period. And so I hope she stands up and, you know, return calls, be here for the public. I know she's got it. You all have a tough job, but I expect courtesy. I'm not screaming at anybody, but just telling it as you all know the way it is. And furthermore, I want to compliment Woodrow Hay. I know him a long time. He's been one of the best commissioners we ever had. And I hope he stays. And Woody, my heart goes out to you. And hopefully the other commissioners will step up. But as a common courtesy, I expect when I call my particular commissioner, I know that you're busy. The clock doesn't run on my time, but I expect courtesy of a call. And my community is not happy, period. And so I hope my commissioner steps up to the plate and understand that my community, and I did help to get her elected, which means I worked to get her help, to get her vote. I'm kindly disappointed, and hopefully she steps up to the plate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium.
Hi, good evening, Commission. Name's Gregory Hartman, 1083 Southwest 25th Place, Gulfview Harbor. Come before you with a couple of things this evening. First is about the city manager search. I know there's a lot of good names out there. There's probably a lot of good candidates from all over the country who'd love to work in a beautiful city like this. But I think it's important we think local. I think it's important we think public safety. I think it's important we think about business. Getting to know some community leaders, I think there's a name that sticks out, and that's Dan Duggar. I think he's done a lot for the community. He's a local, or not local, but he's been in Boynton Beach for years. He's public safety focused, and I believe he has the city's best interest at heart. He's invested, he lives here, he has a family here, and I personally think he would make a great choice. And if I was up there, he would make my top three to be further discussed, among the commission. Secondly was the, I don't know how to describe this exactly, but Pirate Fest, from what I understand, it will not happen this year. It's a disappointment to me. I'm sure it's a disappointment to other residents as well. It was really an economic driver for our downtown. People wanted to come. My wife looks forward to going to that. My family looks forward to that. And aside from our Kinetic Biennial, which is every other year, we don't really have a yearly festival out there. And I really feel like Pirate Fest was the perfect vibe for our city. It hit the good middle ground. It wasn't too fancy, wasn't quite the Ren Fest. It was somewhere in the middle. It was very Boynton Beach. I think it was us. It was on brand for our city. So I hate to see it go. I know with budgetary constraints, it's hard to make things happen. But I think the festival was a good driver for our city. I think it's a positive way forward. We're a beach town. People like doing those things. And Pirates is just beachy enough, but just different enough to be. That's Boynton Beach. It's a little kitschy, but I think it's perfect. I hate to see it go. I'd love to see what you guys could do to either, kind of last minute to bring it back for October. But let's not forget about it completely. I think it's a great event. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you can go.
Let's alternate between the podiums. Go ahead.
Evening, Gloria Goolsby, 327 Boynton Bay Circle.
Could you bring the mic closer, please? I'll reset your time 1 second.
Thank you. As I spoke to you all once before about the mental health community, we have a large population of mental health persons who are not being serviced the way that they should. It's been a lot of time. I work at the Boynton Beach CDC. I spend a lot of time. We have a large population that we service, case management for free. trying to keep them housed. A lot of them are homeless on 4th Street and Gateway. They have set up a camp there right in front of the store. And we just need help. I need help. I'm growing weary. They're looking for something to do, even if you had a small space for them to have some kind of recreation, to do something. It would help tremendously. Housing is a big issue. I fight every day. I collaborate with landlords. I beg, I plead, I find money. We all do at the Boynton Beach CDC. And I'm asking, please keep them at the forefront when you're making decisions, because that population is a part of our community. And there are a lot of seniors who have children who are adults that they live in the home with, and they are weary. And I'm weary trying to keep up with them. So I ask, please, help, help. This is not a district thing. This is citywide. So I'm begging everybody to please help. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please begin when you're ready, Ms. Hoyer.
Thank you. Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. First of all, I want to reiterate what he said. I just have to say shame on this commission / CRA board for not getting our Pirate Fest to us this year. You know this is coming. You knew the CRA wasn't going to be able to fund it. Why was it not put in the budget? I would have brought it up, but you know, you had your budget meetings during the middle of the day when I was at work like so many others and couldn't go. So I don't know what to say other besides what he had said is this brings tens of thousands of people to our city. This is an economic driver for our city. We have the second largest in the state of Florida, and we're throwing it away this year because you couldn't budget for it and you couldn't plan on it, even though you knew CRA wasn't going to be able to do that. So I think you need to reevaluate and stop and go, what am I doing? I don't remember, because in all honesty, I wasn't paying close enough attention, CRA, whether we're still doing Blarney Bash and the lobster, was it the lionfish derby in the summer? But we need to be having our events now, if nothing else, for the people you were just mentioning in the community that need something to do. But these are economic drivers for our city, and they bring a lot of people and a lot of joy, a lot of happiness, a lot of positive interactions to our city. And to get rid of these, I think it's a horrible choice. And that's just shameful to not have Pirate Fest, and that rests on your shoulders, and that will forever be attached to you, that you all didn't do what you needed to do to get Pirate Fest. Second of all, I think we need to start sending out monthly reminders telling people what the city rules and what changes are. For example, you don't know how many people don't know that semi cabs are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. You're not allowed to have tow trucks in residential neighborhoods. We used to have a little form that you gave out when you moved to the city and you signed up for your electric bill. And it was like a brief rundown of the basics, how often to put out the trash and what the trash rules were, the recycling rules, how tall the grass can be, kind of thing. And we need to go back to that because obviously people don't know. There's fertilizer rules that have started. And also, let's not forget the electric car charging spots that people seem to like to park in, and they're not allowed to, and that's a $30 fine. Last of all, I would like to say, Vice Mayor Cruz, I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry to hear you were in the hospital, and I do hope you're improving. So I'll end it on a positive note. Thank you.
Bryce Graham, Second Vice President, National Action Network, Central Florida Chapter. A little under the weather tonight, but I must be here. 233 days since the death of Stanley Dale Davis III, and yet we return back here again. But I want to talk about the issue of city manager. You all find a city manager who let all kind of hell and chaos go on in this city and thought that you were doing the public a favor by firing her. But it was all a conspiracy. You rolled it out on the backs of the people because of the hot topic that was going on. And that was the topic of justice, equity, equality, and transparency. And now for you to slap somebody who has been on the police department with no type of municipal background as a city manager to operate a city is absolutely disgusting. Somebody who is not qualified to run a city, you'll place them in a position. My question would be why? My answer to you is why would you put him there? And as I've told you before, and I'll tell you it again, the searchlight is on in Boynton Beach.
Next speaker.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I wanted to first say in regards to the trash pickup, no one picked it up last week. They went down one side and not the other. So if you're aware of that, I want you to be aware of that as sitting on the board. I also have been here sharing about that flag that's in the roadway here. And maybe people didn't see the bill for it. This is just the first bill. There were two others since then. And I hold it in my hand and it was for $7,250 to paint that LGBTQ flag in the middle of our road, which is only supposed to be, you've made a proclamation for it to be in June. Here we are in August. And this was ×3. They had to repaint it and then they keep repainting it. And there's actually a camera over it that we, the taxpayers, are paying for. And we have so many other needs in our city, which some of that money should have went to the mental health. My heart grieves that we're not doing anything for those with mental health. I personally take care of a young man with mental health and I feel your pain, ma'am. It is hard. It is hard. And we have to do something for these people instead of painting flags for 7,000 times. There's 21, 20, my math is not that quick right at the moment, for a flag on the road and to maintain it. Shame on us. Shame on us. I also want to talk about last week, and here you have it right here, and this is why I wanted to make sure I read it. You have regular agenda items. Any item that can be spoke upon once it's approved with a motion. Well, last week there was a motion, and we were all shut it up. None of us were allowed to speak on that in regards to the police, in regards to what's going on about the sheriffs moving in and things like that. We were shut down. Everyone in here wanted to speak on that issue, and you did not allow us. And right here, it says we're allowed to. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Another attention, what's happening? We're supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. And everywhere I turn, we have another rule, another regulation, another police officer to run our city, another fire chief. What is going on? Are you trying to make this a police state? Because we're done. We, the people, are not going to tolerate it nor put up with it. We need some people that are real people that live in this community, that have the skills, the talent to do the job, not just hire another city manager because he's a policeman. I personally am feeling attacked in the fact that we're not even searching for qualified, quality people that have the skills, the tools, and live in this community to be the city manager. And everywhere I turn, we have more policing. We have more fire chiefs. It's like the whole city's gone for fire chiefs and police. What happened to we the people? What happened to us? I really want to know, because I'm really getting very disappointed. And I feel this pressure coming in as a person who lives in this community. And I'd like to know when we're going to get a park. I know we've talked about it, Thomas. You never gave me details. Someone said they're going to give a park. We don't have a park in Forest Park. We don't have a park for the citizens to go. We don't have a park for the elderly to go. I ask you to look into it, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
My name is Brenda Williams. I live at 337 Northeast 24th Avenue, and I would like to pivot to a different topic. When we moved here in 1959, where the Little League baseball field is where the cemetery expansion was supposed to be. Ever since the Little League won that was in the World Series back in the 70s, I think it was, we sort of dropped the ball on that. We should have been looking for land to either relocate the ball field or expand the cemetery somewhere else, build another cemetery, and we've dropped the ball on that. Now the cemetery is full. Boynton Beach residents don't have anywhere to be buried other than at Palm Beach Memorial Park. And I think it is a travesty that the city this size has dropped the ball and not looked into that. And I think that's something that you as the commission, even the prior commissioners, everything, the ball was dropped. It needs to be picked back up. Before we turn our city into a concrete jungle, we need to find some land where we can expand our cemeteries or the ball field. It doesn't matter which one, but we need to find another place for the ball field so our cemetery could be expanded where it initially was supposed to have been expanded, or relocate another area for burial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, good evening. John Dames, Post Office Box 713, Boynton Beach, Florida, zip code 33426. I want to address an issue that happened a couple of weeks ago right here in the chamber. Vice Mayor Cruz, I understood that you had family in here and they were a little frightened. There's an incident that happened in here. Extra law enforcement were called in. I'm quite sure if you had the opportunity, you probably would have called the Department of Homeland Security to protect you and your family. See, it's a difference, and I said this on many occasions, right? See, when it hit home, it's different. The rules change. So how do you think the Davis family feels? Nothing from this commission, nothing. I know you went on the dais when SJ was chased. I know you went on the dais, Commissioner Turkin, when SJ was killed. I know you went on the dais, Commissioner Kelly, when SJ was murdered, okay? And so in this city where I grew up at, the old Ponciana, my teacher taught me that 3 is greater than 2. And so I understand how government governs. I've been around it a long time. See, you protect and you look out for your district, okay? And you look out for your district and you look out for your district. That's how it works in government. I've been around long enough. And so on Cherry Hill where I grew up, we call that follow the leader, okay? And sometimes it's not good to follow the leader because sometimes the leader will lead you to destruction. But if you follow the creator, amen, he'll lead you to glory. That's right.
All right. Are there any other in-person speakers? Please approach the podium now. I see one person coming up, but I need to know that you are on your way up. All right. This is your last call for in-person public speakers, after which we'll proceed to those online.
Bishop Bernard Wright, CEO of Bernard Wright Ministries, Real Talk Marketing and Consultant, and a community advocate and minister of the gospel and a current candidate for Commissioner, District 2. I first want to commend you. I'm behind you, supporting you 100%. Commissioner Hay, love the way you stood up last night. I went on a broadcast. Never heard your wife speak as she spoke. In them 50-something years y'all been together, it speaks of a legacy. So we want to continue this legacy. Now, what I have a problem with, Mayor Sergo, you came in here and you blew the dog whistle. You did too, with law and order, regulations inside here trying to muzzle us. You understand what they've been doing for many, many years. We get no response. We've been talking about what happened to the ARPA money. Not talking about that. These millions that are in the bank drawing interest. People through the pandemic been needing this money. We don't have it yet. You're not talking about that, but I come up here and talk about it. We don't get a response. We are dishonored, disrespected with this regulation. Wait till the end of the meeting. We don't get response. You adjourn the meeting, even with the mother of Stanley Dale Davis in here. You didn't give us an update. You think I feel good coming up and speaking to the wall, speaking to you, looking like you're looking right now? You too, you too, you too. And thank you, Mr. Hay, you will, but this is a regulation he instituted into this commission meeting. We are citizens here, residents here. We paid a check, baby. We elect them, and there are many of them who elected him. I ran, she ran. You could have voted, wouldn't have this problem. But this is what you got, what you voted for. So to get him down, now you got him up.
Sir, please speak
And
to
so
us.
let me say this. A citizen referendum is what we need when it comes to PBSO. And I'm going to go somewhere else because we have the right to vote in this. Not three of y'all with this deck stacked. And as a professional gambler, before I was a minister of the gospel, when the deck is stacked, there's but one thing to do. You don't play that hand, reshuffle this deck. So it's us you got to listen to right now. I don't care about it. We know the deck's stacked. That's how you got in here. This ain't something just started. Gentrification, systemic racism. It stops here. We got one vote up here, and we thank God for this vote. You can't vote. I don't care what the Ethics Commission say. There are some times we have lawful authority in some things, but what we do is not right. To God be the glory. See, that's the difference in the two. And then as a paralegal, you have no right voting in anything with the interest with your husband being the captain. You stand the benefit of 6 figures both ways and stand in your ranking. Hey, man, we got to get informed on what's really going on. Hey, man, all your backing, those who control you all, who had the money to put you in, it was all designed. You've been left out of the meetings. Secret meetings been in Boynton systemically since, hey, man, 1925. When my great-grandfather come here and built the first street, first church, and school.
Thank you.
To God be the glory. We don't get no responses.
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you. All right, next speaker. All right, next speaker, please approach the podium. We're going to proceed. There are no one else approaching the podium. All right, you may begin when you're ready.
Hello, Ernest McNolly, Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, Harbor Hall Inlet. There's a lot of things I want to talk about, but tonight I'm just going to talk about the SJ case because I spent the whole day at the county state attorney office today. I've been spending a lot of time with the sheriff detectives. I spent a lot of time under oath with the Florida Highway Patrol. I've spent a lot of time on the phone with officials in the city. They don't want to tell you. Talk for hours with the chiefs. I talk for hours with the internal affairs. I talk for hours with detectives, right? But you don't want to tell anybody because the nature of the conversation drives that case to be what I consider, if you look at the country, what's going on, this city has become so far radical left, so discriminatory, so threatening. And this city, if you look at its political structure, connected all the way to Washington, it's behind all this bias hate, going to Supreme Court justices and threatening them, right? It all traces back. It traces back from the guy who's running for governor, Christ, right? To the city attorney who was on the Weinstein case, right? We don't want to talk about that, the county attorney, right? The Weinstein case, right? And then what you're doing with this investigation, I got to tell you, your internal affairs department is so corrupt with that, what's his name? Spates? This person should have been let go a long time ago. He is the most corrupt. Am I allowed to say corrupt? Okay, good. And these police chiefs with Katz, Gregory, Snow, and now DeGiulio covering this stuff up. You know, I go to the meetings and I hear their inside talk. And I'm telling you something. The SJ case is being mishandled. And you guys are seriously, seriously in need of Department of Justice investigation because you're covering everything up. And in my opinion, you're lying. You're colluding. You're conspiring. You're trying to load the thing with lawyers that shouldn't be here and police wives that shouldn't be here. And hey, a guy that's out of control with District 2, but you let him keep pontificating up here. This guy should be investigated for the SJ case and for other chronic crime places in District 2 that he does nothing about, except he tampers in all the investigations and he gets these police. You know, look at them back there. Look at them back there. Yap, yap.
Sir, your time has expired. Mani, I believe that concludes all in-person public comments. Mani, could you let me know how many people have their digital hands raised?
We have 3 hands raised. Our
All
first
right.
speaker is David Katz. Mr. Katz, you've been unmuted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin when you're ready. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
David Katz. First, the Little League World Series was won by Boynton in 2003, not the early 70s. Earlier, on another note, the city should be very proud, though that person is offline now. We had Elon Musk on the webinar, but I don't think it was Elon Musk's email. Another thing concerning the Commissioner District 4, I would urge her or suggest that she move with an abundance of caution. We saw the letter that she sent to the Commission on Ethics. We saw the response, but there is a group of us who are forwarding or have forwarded a second inquiry with more pertinent information concerning her need to recuse herself on any vote with the PBSO. That wasn't in the first inquiry that she sent. And to play off what Mr. Suss said, though my issue is not with Commissioner Cruz or with Commissioner Turkin, I have not reached out to Commissioner Kelly or with the Commissioner Hay. Ever since the mayor has been on the commission, even though he and I have been political opponents, I have criticized him. He has refused to return any emails, refused to return any phone calls since he's been on the commission. I've been a resident for 40 years, more than he's been alive. I've served on the commission. I've served on the P&D board honorably for 7 years, 5 as chair. And I think, Mr. Mayor, that when I call you, you should unblock me or at least return my emails. It would be a courtesy that you should afford every resident in this city. And I thank you.
Thank you. Mani, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Pernell Davis.
All right, Mr. Davis, please begin when you're ready. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds.
You've been unmuted. You're self-muted. Thank you.
Good evening, guys. It's Pernell Davis. First of all, I'd like to thank the guys and the police officer. We had the SJ Day for the Boynton Beach Bulldogs. And with the police and their presence, the day went, extremely well. I seen them interacting with kids. They also help with parking, which, Commissioner, you said before that some residents complain about parking. They made sure everything was ran smoothly. They made sure they was patrolling, watching people's cars. I just appreciate, especially my family, appreciate the outpouring and the support from the police department to help that day run smoothly, because it was pretty emotional for us. So we definitely appreciate it, and we definitely appreciate all the things you said last week, Commissioner Hay, about being able to reach out to the chief and being able to have a listening ear, so you can always go to that person. And I feel like that was done for the event, and I definitely appreciate it. I know my family appreciate it. We appreciate the love and the support. And I would also like to say I'm definitely a 100% supporter of the Boynton Beach Bulldogs, and I feel like in the climate, and I know you guys see the things on the news about Little League sports, that this should be customary. That I think we should always have officers present to be able to deter violence, deter any wrongdoing. I'm not saying that people come there to do it, but things arise, and just having the officers there, like just directing traffic and making sure stuff is flowing. Nobody's, out of control. And so we definitely appreciate it, and we definitely want to thank the commission, and especially Mr. Hay, for your comments last meeting. So we definitely appreciate it and thank you guys.
Thank you. We're moving on to our third and final speaker. Mani, please unmute that individual.
All right, our final speaker is Michael Shamrako. You've been unmuted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Michael, you're still self-muted. There you go. Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you to Thomas Turkin. I know I've written some nasty emails and I'd like to take it back because this is the first time ever I've lived here my whole life that Forest Park, the first day of school, him and with the help of Adam Temple, they've got the sidewalks cleared out where the kids can walk in the dark and be safe to school. And I have not seen that in almost 10 years. So for what it's worth, thanks to everyone that made that possible. You know, try and keep this positive. So thank you for what you're doing a good job. And no, it's not easy. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you. And Mani, can you please confirm that we did not miss anyone online?
That is all.
All right, thank you. Public comments are now closed. We are now going to proceed to the item regarding the PBSO proposal discussion. I would like to make a statement, after which I will ask for a motion. And if there is a second, I will open the floor for discussion from my colleagues, if they would like to make any additional comments. And after which we will open the floor for public comments. And after public comments on this item is concluded, I will call for a final vote. As many of you know, this City Commission requested for a proposal from the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office to explore the possibility of a merger between their organization and our police department. Since that time, city staff has been in communication with the Sheriff's Office in order to gather the necessary information to provide a report for Commission review. In their analysis, it has become evident that certain pension liabilities that the city must meet over the course of the next 7 to 8 years makes the possibility of a merger financially unfeasible at this time. I want to thank the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, Colonel Tony Araujo, and our city staff, especially Andrew Mack, who served as project manager, for their hard work and due diligence in this process to bring us the facts. Given this financial reality, I do not believe it is in the best interest of this city to move forward with this proposal at this time. Therefore, I would like to request for a motion to discontinue discussions with PBSO for law enforcement services. May I have that motion?
So move.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. The second opens this item up for discussion from my colleagues. Colleagues, would you like to make any additional remarks? After which I will open the floor for public comments, and after that, the final vote. We will make it a roll call, City Clerk. Commissioner Turkin.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody involved. I want to thank the public for the input. You know, last commission meeting, I took tally of what the people wanted. I've also read some Facebook groups, and one of the things that someone commented was, I hope this random support of Boynton Beach Police Department does not disappear overnight. I could not agree more with that comment. 2 weeks ago, and at the budget hearing, I said, if we don't go to the sheriff's office, we will need to invest in our current police department. I'm going to ask my colleagues to put their money where their mouth is. I'm going to ask the support for the community to put their money where the mouth is. Because again, we need to support our police officers. No one's perfect. They're not adequate. They are great. Their spouses stay up all night wondering if they're going to come home or not. And so I don't want to discredit the importance of what they need. We have a great chief, Chief DeGiulio. Thank you, Chief Stables, for making him the permanent police chief, who has committed to us and has committed to this community by accepting that role. So now it is our turn to commit to Chief DeGiulio and to the men and women here in blue. And so that being said, I would like to know from Chief DeGiulio and city staff what they need from us as a commission to support them. Whether it's a plan of action, whether it's extra funds, I would like to know what that looks like. Chief DeGiulio, if you can speak on that.
So I'd like to interject first. So I've been in conversation with Chief DeGiulio since I was appointed to this position and since he was appointed as the interim. We have been talking through reorganization, efficiencies, things like that. Obviously, we run a comprehensive city with many services. So we are looking at those efficiencies because we're so far down the rabbit hole with budget that in this current budget year, there is not going to be capacity to do what you're talking about. So I want to set Chief DeGiulio up for this conversation well, in the fact that there have been conversations about creating efficiencies and meeting those needs in the most efficient way possible. And then we can look at expansion in the future. Do you understand what
I understand. I don't
sharing?
know what I'm talking about. You're telling me what I'm talking about, but
Yes.
I'd like to hear from Chief DeGiulio. And, you know, I would, again, I would like to see what his plan is.
Joe DeGiulio, Chief of Police. It's kind of nice saying that. Definitely the most appropriate time to have these discussions. I know a few weeks ago it was put out there, but we do definitely have a plan in place. And just like I said from the beginning when I took over as interim, it's really important that we focus on staffing and strengthening our core and essential functions, which is road patrol, investigations, and communications. So our priorities are built around that. Our priorities are built around making sure that we look at our inequities in our communication unit and work on appropriate increases there, as well as staffing, as well as looking at our recruiting. So now we have the opportunity to really go full steam on our recruiting. We are short. However, we haven't stopped thinking about what are we going to do when we have the opportunity to do it, which is tomorrow. So the plan's already in place, and we're going to really do a high effort recruiting. We already identified locations in Palm Beach County in the short term where we can put some of our recruiting efforts. We feel that right now it's in our best interest to start recruiting people who are certified. So we're working with HR, we're developing some enhancements and some incentives to recruit officers from other jurisdictions or from out of state, as well as making sure that we're recruiting, within our own community as well. So it's not just necessarily focusing on one particular group. While it's easy, we call it turnkey, to bring in somebody who's already a certified law enforcement, doesn't guarantee they're going to be the best officer. And ideally, our goal is always to bring in the best. For us to have a police department that could provide the services to our community, we need the best employees. We need the best packages for recruitment. Like I mentioned at our budget workshop, the name of the game isn't recruiting. The name of the game is retention. So part of the retention is developing programs. We're working with some of our community members. We want to do a reimagining policing initiative. So that's definitely one of our priorities. The other priority is, like I mentioned, is our staffing, our current staffing, as well as, future staffing as well. So if you're asking what we need support when it comes to our communications unit, as well as our current manpower. We are 156 sworn. Based on our size of our city, if you want to just go by a regional average, which is 2.1 officers per 1,000, we should be at 169. So in the future, we would love to get to that number. We know that's not realistic in the moment, but it's definitely a number we wanted to achieve.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm confident with your leadership that we'll get there. And thank you to all our men and women in blue. Thank you, sincerely.
Thank you, Chief, and I look forward to continuing this conversation with you.
And before he leaves,
Absolutely. Before you leave, Chief, Commissioner Kelly.
thank you, Commissioner Turkin, because I couldn't agree more that we have to fix it. I mean, I think the one thing that came out of this proposal is seeing what maybe our police budget should be closer to and what they really truly need. We had an outside department come in and tell us what they could do this job for. And so we're going into and getting ready to, in September, approving our budget. And, I I strongly urge, I know money is tight, but I think that if there's funds that Chief DiGiulio needs in order to get the job done and in order to bring the department to where it needs to be to continue to service our residents, then that's what we need to do, and we need to get behind them. So, Chief DiGiulio, do you have, I guess, and going into, so when you were made interim, it was right before budget. And I know that you were trying to get up to speed on being, sitting at this desk and having budget, and now having gone a couple of months in reviewing budget and knowing where your staffing is, what can we as a commission do, or what would your need be financially that we need to look at? And we need to see if there's any way that we can bridge that gap, if there's something incentive wise or something, that we can do, if possible.
So there's a few things, like I mentioned about our staffing. In the future, 169 is an ideal number. But it's always in our best interest to start preparing now for our future. Instead of saying in 2 years, let's increase our manpower by 14 or staffing by 14. To start off is the additional 6 officers, which we did request in the beginning part of the budget process back in March. So it's still something that is still a need or a want for the agency. So the other part of that is, like I mentioned about communications, is that we did work on a pay plan working with HR, and we need support on that in order for us to fund that. And the last thing is we did have some items in our budget that I think that we want to reallocate. And like I mentioned, we met with a consultant, and we want to go forward with some of our reimagining policing, and we're going to need some support and some funding for that as well.
That's all my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for the chief while he is at the podium? All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And it does feel good to say that. Thank you.
Does feel good. Yes, thank you.
Are there any other comments from my colleagues on the motion before us?
Yes. The people have spoken, and I'm sorry that it took so long. I feel that I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. I think the people and the city, the commissioners, we're going to allow those who was behind all of this to save face, because we got what we want. I just feel that we wasted a lot of time and money that could have gone other places. But I am happy to see us now headed in the right direction. And I think when something like this come up in the future, that we really need to do the homework quickly and expeditiously, so that we will not spend a lot of time and money on these type of efforts, especially those that we have gone down that path before. There was no need for this, but I think the city as a whole, it's a win-win now. We're going to work together as a commission with our PD department. We're going to work with you, the citizens, to find out what is it that you need? What is it that you want to see? How can we, as your leaders, help in those areas? I think, I don't speak for everyone up here, but I feel that everyone up here has the very same sentiment that I have. We work for you. We listen to you. We try to do that which we can do within the law. And here is a perfect example of what this city is all about. We need to be Boynton Beach. We're not West Palm. We're not Boca. We're not any of those. We're Boynton Beach. We're not Delray. But we can be the best Boynton that we can be with the right leadership. And I know and I feel that we are going to get there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cruz, did you have any final comments on the motion before us?
I'm happy to see that we're going to continue to have our police department of over 100 years. I'm happy to see that we have Chief DeJulio right now, and I'm confident that we're going to work together to support our police department. But as Commissioner Turkin stated earlier, we can't just support our police department when the threat of losing it is here, but we need to support our police department at all times, especially now. We've been asked a lot to not support PBSO and to keep our police department, and that's what we're doing today. At the same time, I don't want to see more negativity being given to our officers. I want to thank each and every one of our officers for the work they do, for being loyal to us, and for staying in Boynton Beach. And I commit myself to working with my fellow colleagues to supporting our police department and providing what they need from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Before we proceed to public comment, I just want to add something additional, which is that we cannot support our police department if we are not willing to be honest about the challenges the department faces. We cannot fix something if we are not willing to admit some of the deficiencies and struggles that are occurring. I will share with all of you that not too long ago, a member of our dispatch approached me, informing of the challenges, the staffing challenges that are occurring. I will not go any further on this, but as a public policy maker, it is my responsibility to always obtain the facts. I am an evidence-based decision maker. I need to know what the facts are. And in order for us to be a problem solver, all options must be on the table. We must be willing to know what our options are so we know what we can do to move forward. This process, a process that we requested, was to explore. And in that process, we discovered additional challenges within our own department. And for that, we are better off. We can all have strong political opinions, but we should never be afraid to ask, to find out. That's all we've done. Now we have the data, and we are ready to move forward based on the data. That is my closing comment. Now I would like to open the floor for public comments. Same rules apply. We will alternate between the podiums. All right, who would like to begin?
Ladies first.
All right, somebody just go.
Okay. Commissioner Turkin, I want to thank you for your comment. I can afford to talk because I was a highly decorated police auxiliary officer in New York. When I got out of the Marine Corps after the Korean War, I applied for my police, for the police department, but my wife said, no, either that or her. I took her, thank God. However, the police here know, I marched with them many years ago. I'm pro-police. Any of the old timers know that I'm for the police. However, this commission had better know that you're at fault in one area. I've missed a couple of budget meetings, but what you should have done, when you raise the millage rate very slightly, you need the money. The police need the money. If you take a small portion of a millage rate, so much raises maybe 90 to 100,000. I was at budget meetings to raise the millage rate minimal. That's where you get your funds. This commission, next time, don't be afraid. We have to pay. We are citizens. So We have to bite the bullet. We want the police. I want the police. I can afford to talk because I face many dangers. The city of New York never gave me a bulletproof vest. I had to get my own. I lost 2 police auxiliaries in Greenwich Village, shot to death. They died. A perp doesn't know you wear the blue, they'll shoot you. I was in many, many things. I even delivered a baby on the city streets. I can prove it. I got a medal for it. Next time I'll bring you my shield without my badge and show you the medals I got. These police officers and all the other ones know where I stand. I'm pro-police, pro-fire department. I heard some remark up there that at this time, and I think the person knows who it is, at this time, and it kind of annoyed me and frightened me as far as at this time, and I took it to mean, well, maybe in the future, you're going to do this again. The people of city of Boynton Beach should vote on anything like this. We have to say, we should vote. We should vote, whether it be the fire department, the police department. And if you follow the Palm Beach County Sheriff, my goodness, they got problems, big time, big time. And make sure that we vote on it.
Thank
We're
you,
the
sir.
citizens. We should vote on it.
Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name for the record?
It's Herb Suss.
SUSS.
All right. Please begin when you're ready.
I think you all should note that because you haven't been having anybody say their name and address, so, except me. I'm well trained, and I want my 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. So I'm going to start out with heck no to PBSO, which I have shared all across social media and all the emails I've sent out to hundreds of people. I want all of us to be aware that there were quote unquote covert meetings before installation so that people could decide what issues they were going to push when they came up here after election, whether it was getting rid of Lori, who was against the PBSO takeover, by the way, giving away our PBSO, or putting somebody unqualified into the city manager job. There's been lots of issues that were discussed, and everyone should be aware that those meetings have happened. Second of all, I want to say we need and want our CRA neighborhood officers back. I know they're on temporary reassignment to the city while some new people are being trained, but they make a tremendous difference in the neighborhood. You know, I've been talking to people in the neighborhood too. I actually own property in the north end of town, so I do care what goes on in District 2. And people are saying over and over, we want our officers back. They make, you know, to Officer Deal, Officer Rivera, Officer Paramore, they make a tremendous difference in our city. We want them back. So let's get them. I think if the pension is truly the issue versus just being the cover up reason to stop this, which I think is the more likely scenario here, if it's truly that bad, and I think we all recognize that the pension is an issue, then maybe we should have an outside qualified group from FAU, you know, University of Florida. You pick a place and have them come in and research the pension and options for us, not do something internal. I think we should also, I think you all hopefully have recognized that this has brought our city together in a way that probably hopefully scared the crap out of you and made you realize that this goes on a referendum. You don't do funny nonsense like this and just do it amongst yourselves. This goes to a referendum amongst the 85,000 plus people. And I want to say also, thank you to Commissioner Hay, who's been the only one who's stood up to this the whole time. Good job. And I will finish up by saying we need to bring the Police Explorers group back if that's the best way to recruit within our city. And I will, sorry, next to last thing, I guess. My last thing is I'm District 3. I'm from District 3, but I stand in solidarity with District 1, 2, and 4. Thank you. And again, heck no to PBSO.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Steve Homerich. I live at 690 Northeast 15th Place. I'm glad you're making the decision you're making tonight. I don't know anything about the pension reason for the decision, but the reason I'm happy about it is I've had a nursery and lived out west, in western Boynton Beach, starting about 37 years ago. Halfway through, I moved to Boynton Beach. Unfortunately, both had crime, and both places I needed to call the police on numerous occasions. And the difference is, when I called it out west, it would be a half an hour, sometimes hour and a half. What I'm talking about with shootings, where the first officer actually suggested I get a gun, which I did because he said Walmart had them on sale that day. But when somebody's shooting through your nursery and it takes an hour to get there, when I moved to Boynton Beach, it was amazing how quick the response time was when somebody was breaking into my truck. I couldn't believe it. It's not just one officer, 2, 3 show up, and right away they help right away. So when I heard about the change, I mean, the sheriff's officers were great guys when they got there, or ladies, and so have been the Boynton Beach. But I just think the sheriff's office is spread pretty thin. And the takeaway I heard, if it costs $4 million more, as Commissioner Hay pointed out, then we should be taking that money and putting it towards hiring and recruiting better officers, or officers and holding on to good officers, because obviously the job can't be done for less. And that's where I'd like to see the money go. So I'm glad you're making the decision. You are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. My father was a Miami police officer, so I understand what families go through. But being on the other side of that, having officers not being trained in what the Constitution is all about, that only if you do harm or you truly trespass, should anyone ever be beaten down, not even ever be beaten down, but be arrested. There's a real problem, and this is what I really believe needs to be done. We need a reform in the police department. We need constitutional chiefs. I don't know if this chief is a constitutionalist, if he knows what the Constitution is. I heard that you only get 4 hours of training in the Constitution, and each police officer underneath a chief and or a sheriff swears to uphold and to protect the Constitution of the United States of America and the Florida Constitution. I don't believe that these police officers know the Constitution. 4 hours is no lesson whatsoever. I've been studying it for 2 years and I'm still learning. They need 40 hours a year and to be tested every year on what that Constitution says, because that's what they're swearing to uphold and to protect, not us, the Constitution, so that government doesn't encroach on our rights, which is what's happening. Is our rights by God, given by him, have been encroached upon. We have unalienable rights. That means you cannot lean on our rights. And you need to understand what that Constitution says. And the reason why the framers created it was to protect us from exactly what's been happening in our government today and happening here on a dais, when you don't let we the people are the ones with the power, and you have limited authority to do what we the people want you to do. And you are representatives of we the people. We're not here to be ruled by you and have all these rules and ordinances and regulations. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What part of that do none of you seem to comprehend? Stop with these ordinances. Stop hiring people that don't get mental health checks, first of all. Find out about their anger issues. See if they're truly qualified and teach them the Constitution. Otherwise, you're going to keep ending up in the same situation because you didn't do your due diligence to have a captain know, first of all, I don't know if he knows the Constitution, and have the training done correctly and reform on how you deal with the public, how you communicate with people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ben Klein. I've lived in Boynton Beach since 1999. I've been in District 2 since 2008, and it's the first time I've ever been to a commission meeting. So I guess it took the police issue to bring me here. So I'd like to thank you for what it sounds like you're reaching the right decision. You're reaching the right decision, I fear, for the wrong reason, which is you're worried about a pension liability. The right reason is because the Boynton Beach Police Department is a tremendous asset for the city. And I hope that this isn't, we're tabling it till we figure out the pension liability or make a better deal with the Sheriff's Department, but that we take the money that that the police department needs, that we invest it I've had the good fortune of knowing a number of police officers in Boynton Beach, and the great people. They've responded to my home on alarm calls. I've interacted with the police officers at Point Siena Elementary, where my daughter goes to school, and everybody's just been wonderful and great to deal with. The officers, the Marine units. But one thing I hear from them when I talk to police officers in the city is it would be great for them, that the benefits would be better for them, that the pay is better for them. And we should want to be an employer of choice in the city. We should want to make sure that no police officer thinks that they'd rather work for the county because that's a better place for them to work. We should be the city where we're the destination for licensed police officers to want to work. And I challenge you guys to make that happen in the next budget cycle. Nobody likes to pay taxes. I don't like to pay taxes, but it's how we pay for the circus, and we need to do that. So please make sure the budgets are adequate. Commissioner Hay, thank you for everything you did in helping to get us to this point, and I thank you for the time.
Begin when you're ready.
David Wiggins, South Palm Beach County Branch NAACP Executive Director. I stand here and I'm concerned about what I've heard from the commission. While it's admirable that you all have decided to vote down PBSO and we stand in agreement with that decision, I'm concerned about the comments that were made about the community supporting the Boynton Beach Police Department. Not one time did this community stand in opposition to the police department. And I listened to your words carefully, and they had some racial overtones to them. It was supporting the police. Not one Black or brown community is anti-police. We are anti-police brutality. We are anti being pulled over. Now, it was said this evening, about 5 to 7 minutes ago, about being led with evidence. What does the evidence state about Black and brown folk being pulled over in Boynton Beach, in Palm Beach County? What does the evidence say? So at some point, we have to get serious about the evidence. How do we reimagine policing in the city of Boynton Beach? That's what the community is asking you to do. No Black person, no white person, green, purple, red, or blue person should fear when blue and red lights appear behind them. Check the evidence. Check the record. Y'all know that the information is easily accessible. It should not take the community organizing, telling you all something that is so bad that the information is so readily available to anyone who decides to Google it. I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I learned in school that one bad apple spoils the bunch. What about when you have 4 or 5 bad apples? There has to be some kind of rectifying of the community policing that we currently find ourselves in. I appreciate the police officers for answering those calls, but you mean to tell me I have to live in fear if I have a broken taillight or some minuscule traffic infraction? No. All of you know better than that, and the citizenry deserves better than that.
All right, Pastor Dames.
Pastor Richard Dames, P.O. Box 990, Boynton Beach, Florida. Mr. Mayor, it's good to hear that the commission has a motion to rescind the offer to merge with PBSO. But Mr. Mayor, I'm under the opinion that you should have supported the motion when Commissioner Hay made the motion just a few weeks ago. Secondly, I'm of the opinion that you didn't make the motion because it was the right thing to do, but because it's not financially feasible. And not to mention the fact that the sheriff don't want you. And so what I hear from the four of you saying, forgive me for not believing a word that comes out of your mouth. I will believe you when the vote happens tonight, if it happens tonight. Furthermore, back in April, you ordered your staff to send out a proposal. After the August 2nd meeting, Commissioner Hay asked you to throw this joke of a proposal out, and it was voted against 4-1. During that same meeting, I came to share various concerns that I had and still have to this very day about that merger. I stated that clergy and community residents met and discussed that potential merger, at which I made it very clear that the residents were not in favor of this merger. It was said by some of you from the dais that approximately 19 to 20 people who spoke were opposed to the merger. First and foremost, let me tell you something. I represent and speak for thousands in this city, thousands who make up churches and community who are in direct opposition to this merger. Mr. Mayor, I also propose that you have a meeting with the communities in a town hall fashion, to which I've yet to hear from you. And to add insult to injury, to learn that while this commission may wanted to merge with PBSO, the sheriff don't even want to merge with us. This is something that you just can't make up. Do you all have any idea how it makes you look? More importantly, how it makes the city look? On last night, clergy, community, along with Commissioner Hay, we met again to discuss this issue. And I'm happy to report that we are more determined than ever to voice our direct opposition to this merger, to the point that we stand in solidarity with residents from District 1, 2, 3, and 4, who are now branded as the Boynton Beach Voter Alliance, which consists of key stakeholders in the respective districts. The role of this alliance is to hold you, this commission, accountable to the people of this great city. This is not, and I repeat, this is not a grassroots organization, but it's a grass top organization. This alliance has been birthed simply because you continue to ignore the will and the voice of the people who you were elected to serve. And so my question is to all of you, can you hear me now? And if your answer is no, please that you will continue to hear me in future meetings and upcoming elections.
Thank you, Pastor Dames. Pastor Dames, I hope you will wait for the vote. All right, thank you, sir. All right, next speaker, begin when you're ready.
My name is Christy Ward. I'm a lifetime resident here at Boynton Beach. I listen very well to what people say. And it's a lot of times what you hear is y'all sneak stuff in there. And if you're really not paying attention, it'll blow past you. For you to say at this time, that means we kind of like looking for something else down the line. And then also to hear we're so far down the rabbit hole with the budget. This bothers me because I'm thinking like maybe the budget of City of Boynton Beach needs to go on a diet. There are things on this budget and things we are paying for that doesn't represent the city as a whole. Maybe some things like if you're trying to save money, they tell you, okay, maybe you don't need to go to Starbucks all the time. Maybe we don't need the little flag out there. Maybe we need to just make that all black because everybody here lives here. Yes, we're made up of all different makeup, but why are we paying $22,000 when that can be put it towards something else that is in dire need? We got people with mental illnesses. Our police department is needing more. We need to really do an overhaul, and we need to set aside our own personal agendas and really start listening, because I really don't think you're listening. You hear us, but you're not listening, because the thing is what you say and what you do is totally different. So I think your character is flawed, because if you tell me something And I've heard many of you come in Zoom meetings and all these different things when you were coming up to the election to get into these seats. And you said a lot, but a lot of stuff you have not carried out at all. And shame on you. Shame on you, because we put you there because of what you said. So yes, our budget needs to go on a diet because there are other things that need to be taken care of in this city. And are we going to get behind our police department? We don't have a problem with get behind them. What I do have a problem with is you going to beat the crap out of me because of the skin tone of what I have. That is the issue. It's never been about, oh, we don't want to get behind them. No, we'll get behind them. But y'all need to get behind us as well and hear what we're saying. We'll stand for y'all. We'll be for y'all if y'all are about truth. But if you're not about truth, you can't lead me. And if I feel like you are leading me in the wrong direction, can't do it. Because even Paul said, follow me as I follow Christ. And when the moment I step out of line with Christ, I'm not following. Nobody's going to follow me. So I can't follow you down there.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rick Nokar, 348 Boynton Circle. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. There's a couple of things I'd like to address. Number one, y'all are looking for budget. Some of the things I've witnessed these past 2 weeks concern me. Cars passing school buses on the left with their lights on. Do our buses have cameras to record the tag numbers of the violators? Are we willing to put speed cameras in our school zones so we don't need these good officers taken off the street for traffic stops when they could be doing some good in the community? Okay, why not get some speed cameras out here for these morons that drive from up north that put my life in danger? Because I guarantee you, none of y'all have ever had to bury 10 people in a year's time for America's right to drive stupid. Okay? And while I agree with how the police sometimes treat our people of color, I'm standing here as a pigmentally challenged man who's had guns pointed at him for the only crime of driving a motorcycle and wearing leather. I rest my case.
All right, next speaker.
Ramona Young, 101 South Federal Highway. I would like to say that I am very disappointed in all of you with the exception of Mr. Hay, who stood up and, as my grandmother would say, the cream floats to the top. And he floated right straight to the top. I'm so disappointed in this commission, how it has begun and how it has behaved. It is disgraceful. We are on the news on a regular basis, and it's not because we're so wonderful. It's because you're doing things that shouldn't be done. I sent a email, and with the exception of Ms. Kelly's, who's kicked back, I don't know whether I put the wrong email or she had the wrong email, but I addressed it to all. And Mr. Turkin, your response to me was unacceptable. It was, I'm looking at it, boom. It's like kicking me to the curb or blowing me off, and it's disrespectful. That's the second time that you've done that to me, and I'm your constituent. I didn't vote for you, but still you represent me, and I demand your respect in a better way. Now, the other reason why I'm up here, and I'm counting my time, I'm disturbed. We all have bias. Nobody in this room can say that they're not biased. There's not a person that would ever admit to being a racist. Never heard one. But they're there, and they're prominent. And I'm seeing it more here now. And I don't like it. I don't like it. Stop it. Stop it. You all bleed red, and when you want a cop, you need a cop. When you don't want a cop, sometimes you still get a cop. But it's not about that. The police officers have a tough job. There are people out here that are brutal to them, disrespectful when they get pulled over, or the police officers brutal and disrespectful to the person they're pulling over. Therefore, they need mental health counseling. They need a place where they can defuse after every evening or shift, is what I would call it. There's a place, and I've mentioned this before, there's a place in the gym at the police department where they should be. Please don't cut me off.
Please wrap up your thoughts. I'm not cutting
I
you
will
off.
do that. Where there's a police where they should have a therapist or counselor 24/7, so that when these young men and women come in, that they can deprogram and get that stuff off of them, because we're the recipients of it, or their homes are the recipients of it.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Thank you. Next speaker, please begin when you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Mark Hara, George, resident of our city for over 20 years. And I'm not going to reiterate my dear friend, Pastor Richard Dames, and many other citizens, because they got it right. Okay. I want to commend my commissioner, Reverend Woodrow Hay, who maybe you don't realize it, but he served as a police chaplain for several years in this city. I have worked with our police. I have also worked with the sheriff's office when I was a property manager. It is the sheriff's office that does the evictions. I will tell you point blank, I will take our city police 10 times over the sheriff's department. And I base that on 20 years of interaction with both. We are blessed to have Joe DiGiulio as our current chief. We've had good chiefs. Matt Imler was an excellent chief. And we've had other good chiefs. And I felt sad when so much institutional knowledge in that department walked out the door recently. People like Vanessa Snow, who has so much expertise in law enforcement, it is scary. They do it right. They're trained right. Joe will make sure that they are trained right. He will make sure that you get the best of the best, because that is what Matt Imler started doing and other chiefs have tried to do. Don't handcuff them with the budget. There are three things that every citizen in this city wants. They want, God forbid, they're having a health emergency. They want fire rescue there like that. And guess what? We have one of the best response times of fire rescue in the county and one of the best in the state. Now, the second thing they want is they want to feel safe. That means you back that police. The third thing they want is they want their trash picked up on time. After that, everything else in your budget, think about this. Over 2/3 of your regular operating budget is in those three categories. You don't believe me? Look at your budget workshop. They're addressed right up front. And yeah, pensions need to be addressed. Pension reform has been needed for a long time. Now, that's an elephant in the room, and I know the union doesn't like hearing it. But let me tell you something. You ought to be grateful for some great police officers. Gladys Cannon is here tonight. Gladys is a great sergeant. She is one of your best sergeants, okay? I have known Gladys for over 15 years, and I will tell you, people like Gladys don't discriminate, and the vast majority of your officers do not discriminate. And please let me have a few more seconds. You have good police. You have an internal affairs department that is there to weed out the bad ones. And yeah, we've had some bad ones over the years. And it has been very, very difficult to get rid of them because of the way the union contract is. Okay, you don't believe me? Take
All
a
right,
good
sir,
look
please
at a few things.
wrap up your thoughts.
What I'm saying is thank you for voting tonight. I want to hear that vote, and I want it to be unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on the other podium. Begin when you're ready.
Bishop Bernard Wright. I stand here first as a human being, being black notwithstanding. And I'm a man that wears a coat of many colors. Minister of the gospel, community advocate, activist, husband and parent, among other things. But as a citizen, I stand here right now to say this. We're going to fix our department, but the only way we can fix it, we must understand, and I gave y'all a one-on-one on policing. Let's remove that because law enforcement and serving and protect is a whole different concept. You know, if you all don't know the history, I don't have the time to give it to you, but we want to remove that. That's why we got the community that we're talking about, those officers that in our community. We remove policing from that because I want to commend the sergeant and every officer that live and salute us under the law of endearment and respect. And I want to call one out that's been in Officer Jennings. You, among the rest of the police officers of Boynton Beach, do have no respect for us over on Cherry Hill and District 2, coming aggressive. This is what we're talking about, excessive force. We want one with respect. So I'm calling you out because you're here.
Sir.
And you got to, because I wanted a matter of record, because I don't know what's going to happen in the past, because I've had to get raw with him as I've had to get raw with some of you all. And baby, when I get raw, y'all know how radical it is. And so, listen, he's one of a many. Files need to be reviewed, so we'll see how many complaints are on them, because we're going to wean out the bad and the good, because it's necessary. It's time for us to be served and protected over there. And our children, first and foremost, above and beyond all things, deserve better. Better than you, Mayor. And I didn't vote for you. I ran against you. You came out the box wrong. Your name is not Ty Circle. Ty is short for Tyrone, but there's a first name there. And that's not official. Man, if you got trick on your mind, deceiving, wherever it begins is where it ends. Unless you change in between, and nothing can do it but the Holy Ghost. And I know this. By the grace of the living God, you can't change. You're up on the people with that authority, and that is money. That the Bible says answers all things. That is controlling you. And we're asking right now that you respect us when we come up here and change these rules with that dog whistle you are blown with law and order. You don't respond to us because you want to save your time to get back where you want to go, LBGT, whatever it is, and don't want to give us time to, hear you because it'll go out to about 10 o'clock at night. But however it go, we want you to respond to us and give us some respect because it's been a dishonor and a disservice to the people of Boynton Beach and to this commission. God bless you all and have a great day. I hold no grudges. I'm still going to pray for you, but you got to deal with me after you come out that deals, and I deal with you accordingly. To God be the glory.
Bryce Graham, Second Vice President, National Network, Central Florida Chapter. Dr. King once said that we are all caught in a network of mutuality, and what affects one indirectly affects all directly. And so the community has voiced their opinions about PBSO. And it seems that if you all did not hear them the first time, and so they have a rallying cry here tonight to say that this should not come up again. That is what I hear echoing in this room, that this topic of bringing PBSO into Boynton Beach needs to cease altogether. When we talked about PBSO having the largest budget there is in this country, you should have heard us. When we talked about the use of excessive force that PBSO has, you should have heard us. When we talked about lawsuits and other things that PBSO comes with, their baggage, you should have heard us the first time. And so don't let this be a cover up for the next time, but let this be a cease for the next time and a desist for the next time. And that is what I want to say in here, that the Boynton Beach Police Department can be cleaned up on its own. And so it first must start from the inside out. And that is what we have to do in Boynton Beach. You've heard the cries of transparency and accountability, and that's what needs to happen in Boynton Beach. There should be community forums and events happening with the police and community there together. And that is what you hear from this city, and that is what you will hear from all of the communities going forward to help Boynton Beach become a better department. Thank you.
Sir, we'll go to the next podium. We go back and forth. Mr. Davis.
Stanley Davis, Boynton Beach. When we talk about the police, like they once mentioned, you know, the city of Boynton Beach, District 2, I don't feel like we're against the police. Like you say, we just for the right police. And moving forward, we had the Q&A, the engagement with the community, and I felt like that was something that was great. They said it was something that was supposed to continue to happen, and it no longer happened. So it kind of put a in a state like we was being heard for that moment, but then that moment surpassed us. I feel like, and I don't want the police to feel like I'm going against them when they saying we need more police officers. It's possible, but it's about putting the right police officers in that position. No matter who we get in, I feel like it should be like a time frame. If this police officer don't fit this area, move him somewhere else. There's no need for him to stay in that environment if he's not in tune with that environment. Just because he's a police officer don't make him right for that atmosphere. Like Mark, for instance, he could have been moved around. I feel like as a city, and you guys should be able to make that like a part of y'all program, like moving forward to being better. Because you feel like we don't have enough officers, but if you got 10, 12 officers patrolling District 2, you should only need a few of those and disperse the rest throughout the rest of the city. I don't really feel like it's not enough officers. I just feel like it's too many officers in the wrong area. Like we say this, sergeant back there, every time I speak to her, she's a nice lady. I hear nice things about her. You got somebody like Jones, and you know, I see this guy, he's a great guy, dude back there. Those are the type of people that you should have. And I don't want this to sound crazy, but those are the type of people that you should have involved or engaging with people in our area. You can't bring somebody in that don't understand the climate, don't understand the culture, and that don't respect the culture. So of course you're gonna get a lot of backlash from the community when you're being handled inappropriately. Me, myself, I done been through it. I just feel like as a diocese, you guys just need to really pay attention. You guys heard our cries about, you know, the PBSO and things of that nature. I just feel like now, moving forward, if we're gonna be a better Boynton Beach, the police department should hear us. I mean, like dealing with people with respect. Like I don't care what color, where you're from. I just feel like every individual should be handled with correct. Then you will get a better individual. You'll get a better community. You'll get a better Boynton Beach. And since all this been going on, I've seen the police they're better. I'm not gonna sit here and say they're not. Just me being around in the neighborhood is they're not so radical like how they used to be. It's like, you know, you can go down Seacrest at night without worrying about getting pulled or, you know, being mistreated. And I'm just being honest. So anybody in that area understand where I'm coming from. And just moving forward, I feel like we need to continue those Q&A meetings to hear the community and from all over, not just District 2, but to hear the whole community. So we can be a better Boynton and we can be behind the police department.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, please begin.
Wesley, Delray Beach. I don't know why we entertaining this anyways, because at the end of the day, the people said that they did not want the sheriff anyways, but I'm gonna call it for what it is because you too many hands in the cookie pot. Because at the end of the day, four went forward, one went against it. At the end of the day, we all damn it ain't gonna get along. But at the end of the day, we need to stop playing these agendas because these secret meetings and stuff like that. I want an investigation on who throwed it out there to go and have talks with the sheriff. And then I want to know what the letter said on there that they said that they did not want to be involved with y'all. Because it seems like to me that y'all got y'all own agenda. Y'all don't respond to emails. Y'all don't even respond to phone calls. But I'm going to tell you, that young lady back there, tied the way you did her, I'm telling you, that's personal. I ain't gonna let you play with her like that because you already called your boys on me, but I'm not the one. I'm telling you, I'm not the one. Because at the end of the day, One of your officers put their hands on me, and I asked them I wanted to press charges against him. But I'm telling you, this is where it's gonna stop at. This is where the road gonna stop at. It ain't no checks and balance with y'all up there. Y'all think this a joke. This ain't no joke. These people lies out here and stuff like that. People tell you they don't want to be involved with the sheriff. You should have left it alone. When Haywood told you specifically that he did not want to be involved in that situation, y'all should have went with him, because he's the oldest one up there that bends around the sheriff, that knows around what the situation gonna look like at the end. But we know what the end gonna be. We don't want this agenda to come back up no more. I'm telling you, if you got the wrong agenda, you need to get the hell out.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Reedy. I like to write down what I'm going to say because I give great thought to the words that I put out there. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that Boynton Beach is special. We're a multi-generational city with many, many, many people whose family roots go deep into our soil and history. I think some of you might have been surprised by the level of caring you stirred up within this community. But please know that whether this chamber is empty or packed, people are watching what you do. You did not obtain those seats alone, nor will you keep those seats alone. People are seeing that their vote matters. I thank you for your decision tonight.
Thank you.
Long evening, Harry Woodworth, 685 Northeast 15th Place, Boynton Beach, Florida. First off, I'd just like to say, like most of the folks here, I think you've heard, and most of the people that aren't here, in fact, everybody I've talked to except one person in the last 3 months, we're delighted with this decision, this change, the fact that you looked at it, came to this conclusion. There's just no way on God's green earth that it made any sense to take the Boynton Beach Police Department, outsource it to the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, which I have no axe to grind. They're good at being big. And you would end up with a police department that you're paying for that has absolutely no accountability to you or to these citizens. Just doesn't make any sense, folks. But you've obviously heard, I threw my page away. This is summary stuff. I had notes to take away that I'm going to walk away with. Public safety is probably one of the few things that the city people do that everyone understands. There is no confusion. It's a priority for personal people. It's probably the only purpose government serves. In some of the crap that goes on today, public safety is the first thing that comes up. What Mark say, garbage is somewhere down the list. It's visible. You can understand that now. And absolutely everybody understands it. There's no confusion here. Nobody got up here and was confused by what they were talking about. You got about 100 different shades of gray there, but everyone understood what they were talking about and had the visibility of what that is. Why you would want to abdicate that is absolutely beyond me. The one thing that came out of this that I really would like to see happen here is, and a number of people alluded to it, I agree with Commissioner Durkin. I agree with Commissioner Hay. You need to go look at this. I guess a guy named Covey said you diagnose before you prescribe. It's pretty good advice. You guys talked about it. Several speakers talked about it. The one thing I didn't hear even once to include in that diagnostic process were the community folks. Okay, you got community organizations all over this town. They have experience. They've been around the block. I've put police systems in 30 countries around the world, nationwide police systems. I worked with the Palm Beach County system. I put in the one that you use. So people know something about this stuff. Tap it. You know, I'm not an HR expert, but I've managed hundreds of people in dozens of countries simultaneously. There might be something, I personally know about hiring a city manager. You know, anybody here hire a city manager, run a $250 million budget? Yet you're going to do that with no advice? Seriously? Institutional knowledge has been broken. We've capped off 30, 40 years of knowledge of how to run this city. And you're suddenly going to reinvent that with just somebody hired off the street? Really? So I guess I would leave this with, at the end of the day, let's do it right. Let's get the citizens, the city leadership, and the community people involved in this stuff. Tap the talents you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evangeline Ward, 1518 North Seacrest Boulevard, Boynton Beach, Florida. I've heard a lot of knowledge spoken tonight, and knowledge is an important thing. And then you need some wisdom. And I found out if you want wisdom, sometimes young people don't know it all the time. So therefore, you have to ask your elders, the ones that have been here prior, to know the climate and how things have changed. And see, I don't know how many of you are really residents of the city of Boynton in the position that you're holding, or how long you've been residents. But see, you didn't know when we had dirt roads. You didn't know that. You didn't know when we had dairy farms. We didn't have all of this going on. But nevertheless, there was always a spirit of unity. And people would listen, especially those who were in decision-making positions. And the reason they got along with us so much, the black and the brown, because they knew how to come to our churches, not just to be voted in on election and give us a whole bunch of lies to get in. But they came and they wanted to know what was on our hearts and what would be good for you. And if it's good for you, it would be good for the community. And see, I look at your faces because I know how to read them. But when you turn your head and, and then like you don't want to hear and everything. But I tell God, let it soak deep in your heart and open up the eyes of your understanding to know that you're just not dealing with things personally. You're dealing with a whole group of people. And our police department, I already see change in them. Because now, even when you call them, even if they're delayed, they got your phone number. Do you know they text you and tell you that we're a little bit delayed? Do you know they do that? Do you know when they come out and they have to go and take care of nuisance call? Do you know they text you back and say, we've already handled that? It's all about communication. And see, when I say communication, especially, I've never heard in any meeting where they sit and they say, we send y'all emails back. And you don't even answer them back. That's disrespectful. That's almost like a hard-headed child telling you, I'm going to do what I want you to do. But a hard head make a soft behind.
I guess they sell the thing of the oldest for last. That's me. My name is Willie Akins. I live at 726 Northeast First Street, Boynton Beach, president of the neighborhood officers, part of Boynton neighborhood officers. I just want to say that I've heard a lot of things today. And this same ordeal that came up today about swapping over with the sheriff is, I remember this back in 2012. It's the same thing. This is way before y'all time, okay? So just let y'all know that I'm a little older than y'all are. 2012, we had the same thing here, okay? But here's the thing. You guys are new. You're really new. And the reason I say that because, see, Boynton is a very unique situation here, okay? The best way to serve Boynton is to learn how to train the people that's here in Boynton. Now, the neighborhood officer program, now this is not the first time we had this. We had the neighborhood officer program over 10 years ago that we fought to get this here, and we made the police department give us a promise that they were going to put this back in action again because we needed it. And now and behold, this same program right now is the best program around the country because you listen to every place they're saying, let's cross with the citizen and with the policing. You have that. It works. If you listen to the officers, I bet you none of you right now read anything that the neighborhood officers, what they do, how they do it, and when they do it. You know why? Y'all so busy trying to put all the money in technology. You got to put this money in people. You got to put this money in training. I don't care if you get it from the red light department. I don't care if you get it from the $16 million. I don't care where you get it from. But we're talking about lives now. I got 4 schools over here that these police officers have been helping and doing some things that you guys have no idea. I got a neighborhood right now that's crying out saying, where's our protection? But guess what? Everybody don't live in the same neighborhood. Maybe your neighborhood ain't like mine. But guess what? I need my people safe. I need all walks of life safe. And the thing about it is, these officers I have for the neighborhood patrol, they're not just regular officers. Oh, they went through hell and high water. Can I say that? Can I say that? They went through some hell and high water, okay? See, they're learning and they're training. You guys, you know what you do? You go get somebody. They come right out of boot camp and all they do is solve things and shoot. I call that a RoboCop because that's without feelings, okay? That's without feelings. If you want to know how to make this place successful, get the people that's doing something that's winning your people. They're building the bridges and they're standing out. They're not trying to follow Delray. They're not trying to follow West Palm. They're trying to tell you something. This works. Let's put the people where they need to be at. Cross-train them. Because the thing is, you're not going to get no training. They're not going to come out of the booths and things up there and get training on the streets like this here. They're not going to do it. It's not in there. So you want answers? We got answers. You got a program that's working. I'm going to hold every one of you accountable because the thing is, you're saying, well, you got a budget. I don't care about your budget. You know why? I got people that's dying. That's more important to me. Okay? We done had 3 shootings over here. I've been out sick myself. We done had 3 shootings over, and we still getting shootings in the same neighborhood that these people used to be there.
Thank you, sir.
And most of all,
Thank you for your time.
I'm very sad to say this, but I want to have some more meetings here. Okay?
All right.
And the referendums, this don't need to come up no more. I done had 12 years and I got now. I don't want to see this no more.
Your time has
Thank
expired. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. I told you say the last was best.
Yes, we did. We still have online though. All right. So, we have one more in-person public speakers. This is the absolute, all right. We've got 2. These are the
Okay.
final 2.
Thank you for listening to us tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on a
and
second. One
Okay.
second. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's not interrupt her.
Thank you for listening to us all tonight, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. Yeah, I have an issue with the police department, but we'll be here all night if I try to talk about it. So I'll be longer than 3 minutes. Since there was a lot of public input, I don't know if the commissioners would be interested in a citizens advisory board for the police department. I don't know if that's come up before. I don't know if the commission could look into that. And regarding SJ and SJ's family, can you please answer the folks and tell them what's going on, because they keep coming here month after month trying to find out what's going on, and really want the family to find out what's going on with the investigation. And Pembroke Park, I believe down in Broward, had considered, is going and having its own police department down in Broward. So we are very happy to have our own police department. Yeah, I have issues with them, but they're our hometown police department and we need to keep them. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
Please come back.
This is Carol Porter, formerly of Banyan Creek Circle North. Thank you.
All right. This is our last in-person public speakers, and we'll move online.
Hi, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida, Unit 407. I'm glad that the audience is so happy. You're all happy. Just like these national cities that are plagued with crime and corruption, and they keep propelling themselves. They keep liking themselves. They keep reelecting themselves. They keep promoting themselves. And their whole come on is, isn't it great here? Isn't it great? But we don't want to talk about the corruption, the shootings, the fraudulent documents, lying, not returning calls, problems with lawyers, city lawyers. No, we're not going to talk about that. And I'll tell you, you're geniuses. I'll tell you why. You brought this sheriff thing up for a reason, to take the focus of the community off the SJ case. You're geniuses. Because remember what people were saying about Mr. Hay after the mayor said, we killed him and we're responsible, and everyone was saying, Hayes got to go, right? No, they come up with a beautiful plan. Let's distract the public and let's make everybody trying to support SJ afraid to even come here. Because if you come here and you support SJ online or whatever, isn't it interesting? You start getting pulled over a lot. You start getting accused of trespassing. You're not allowed to say this. You know, really, you guys are geniuses, but you're no different than South Chicago. And your connection goes right to Washington, D.C., not with moderate and decent Democrats. You're hooked up with the other side that's causing everything in the country: crime, corruption, murder, stabbings, reverse discrimination, monkeypox, polio, COVID, you name it, right? Now we got dogs getting monkeypox. We're going to call it dog pox now, right? And why in this town, which is filled with the most dangerous group, right? Who knows what I'm touching here? Why don't we require testing and vaccination here? We got one of the most pernicious groups in this town that the World Health is saying, anyone in that group, get them tested and vaccinated. But you don't even talk about it. Just like you don't want to talk about the police corruption. I'm not saying that there's some good guys here, but your command is out of control and you're overloaded. Look at the budget. This police department and fire department are bankrupting this city. There's no question. And I go into meetings, they don't care about murder, shooting. All they care about, more money, more pension, more sick days, more salary, more promotions. It's not going to stop. You're never going to stop.
All right. Monty, how many people are online with their digital hands raised?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we currently have 4 hands raised. However, I'll just let you know that one is currently being indicated as being offline. So I'll call on the first 3 that are online and hopefully give her a little time to get back online.
All right. I like that idea. We'll circle back with that person. Please unmute one of the 3.
Okay, our first is Annette Gray. Annette, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. Annette Gray, GBDC Entrepreneurship Institute, 1500 Gateway Boulevard. That's in Boynton Beach. So I think your decision is actually a good opportunity to take a look at collaboration. And I'll give you an example. My nonprofit did our Christmas in July event, and that was for homeless outreach. We gave back to school supplies back to 100 Boynton Beach students and supplies for teachers. That was held on Seacrest in Boynton Beach. So why am I mentioning this now? Because both the Boynton Beach community outreach officers and the PBSO community outreach officers came to that event to support a small nonprofit, the Boynton Beach Community Outreach Officer, Officer Goldfuss, who I think is amazing, along with Gladys. I second that comment. She is amazing. Known her for 20 years as well. Officer Goldfuss drove around the community and picked up homeless individuals who were able to come over, get a haircut, get a shower, get a hot meal, get some personal supplies. And the PBSO officers also came and helped with haircuts, serving meals, and helping us with giving the book bags away. So I know we are talking about how we can be independent and separate, but in my mind, there are areas of collaboration that didn't even go into the decision to not join with PBSO. And I'm glad that you didn't, because there are resources that would have been put together that would have helped small nonprofits, the community, and the residents that would have been overlooked. And I think this is a great example. And I want to thank all the officers that came out from the Boynton Beach Police Department and from PBSO. And we've made a pact to continue to serve the homeless community and the youth of the community. So I want to thank you, but I also wanted to publicly thank them as well.
Thank you so much. Mani, let's move on to the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Michael Tremko. Michael, you're unmuted, but you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Michael, click the microphone one more time. You're still self-muted. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to call in regards to the city engineer. I've been going back and forth with him for 5 years over here in Forest Park trying to get speed bumps prior to school starting. And I think we need to fire him because I don't know if let's say if he makes $50,000 a year. In 5 years, I've gone back and forth with him. We were promised last March, the March before, we were going to get traffic calming stuff, and he still hasn't got anything accomplished. He put stop signs behind telephone poles. So I don't know if you have to have a degree to be stupid, but I think we need to fire him. So I think we could work on that and make it safer. And we need a new city engineer. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Mani, do we have one more speaker?
Okay, our third speaker is Ray Wiley. Ray, do you still wish to speak? And if so, please click the microphone next to your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, or good night, rather. I'm Ray Whiteley. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person tonight, but thankfully I was able to join via Zoom. Where do I begin? I want to thank the people, first of all. I want to thank the people who stayed the course, who stayed focused, who came in and shared their disapproval with even going this way. I want to thank the people who went further and reached out to other communities who had a common purpose. They worked when they were not comfortable working with each other, but they had a common purpose. And the common purpose was, for whatever reasons, they knew that the PBSO was not the best fit for Boynton Beach. So I want to lift up the people and their persistence and what happened, the organizing that happened to bring us to this space. You know, that should be celebrated. This is a template of what we could do as a community when we come together around a common purpose. We all have our different styles, and that's okay. But the theme here is a common purpose. I also want to ask the dais, are they willing to make the same commitment to the Boynton Beach Police Department that they were willing to make to the PBSO? It was a large financial commitment that we were prepared to make. Can we make that same investment in the Boynton Beach Police Department? And the Boynton Beach Police Department, can you commit to working with the community as thought partners, not only to address the concerns that we may have, but to identify policies that may be looked at as oppressive? There are certain union contracts that we have to take a look at too, that are barriers for justice and accountability. So I don't want us to think that that there's a decision that's being made and we win and we go home. This is when we really have to tie our shoelaces, you know, and we really got to get to work to making the community what we need it to be. Thank you very much. I'm gonna leave with this verse to the community. Let's not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. That's Galatians 6 verse 9. Stay locked in, community. Stay locked in. This isn't about anybody else, but it's about us coming together as a community. Thank you and have a great night.
Mani, can we check back on that last person? Are they still, what's their status?
So her name is Sheila Jo Gaines. Hang on, I think she just came back on right now. Sheila, you're self-muted. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila Jo Gaines, 2500 Quantum Lakes Drive. Thank you for having me. Let's address the budget of what's really happening financially in Boynton Beach. I would like for this to go on record and inquire about where the ARPA dollars going that was dedicated to the nonprofits. And how can you afford to build a top-of-the-line police department but poorly explain the non-existence of dash cams or not provide the proper training and compensation for the Boynton Beach Police Department? City manager, you promised me you would be more active in District 2. I really need to buy you a sweater, red and white. Where's Waldo? Because you haven't showed up. Mayor Ty, you sit there and you're so proud of yourself to say, wait for the vote. But I feel like you tricked us. And if it wasn't for the pension, PBSO would be coming in right now. Vice Mayor Cruz, listening to your words is like listening to poison. It was like you were scolding us, saying this or that or the third. Tighten up. It is clear that the diocese is 4-1. But I know one thing about Boynton Beach residents. We have people power in a strong community, and we will vote. Woodrow, I applaud you for your efforts for listening to the community. It feels like you are the only one that was listening to the community. And I feel as though that if there wasn't a pension problem or a financial problem, we'll be having a different conversation. So, Boynton Beach community residents, I applaud the efforts and everything we have done. I look forward to the days coming to the community listening sessions, not only for District 2, but for the rest of the community. Listen to us. The old days, they listened to us. Mayor Ty, when you became mayor, you were oblivious to the community. And that hurts me because I really believed in you. So, Boynton Beach, stand up. Very proud of you guys. Thank you for having me and have a good night.
All right, that concludes public comment. Before this board is a motion to discontinue discussions with PBSO for law enforcement services. That motion was seconded. At this time, I would like to call for a roll call vote. And again, this is a motion to discontinue discussions with PBSO for law enforcement services. City Clerk.
Commissioner Hay,
An astounding yes, get rid of them. No more negotiation.
Commissioner Turkin,
Negative. Nay. No, nay is a no to PBSO.
So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
no, yeah.
So the motion,
1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 second. The motion
I would
is,
like to discontinue
Sir.
all negotiations with PBSO.
all right.
So
okay.
yes,
So the motion is to discontinue. So if you'd like that, then the vote would be yes.
yes.
All right. City Clerk, please
Commissioner
proceed.
Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
I'd like to
Colleagues,
call a recess.
let's set it for 10, 15 minutes.
15.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, the broadcast is restarted. We are now recording.
This meeting is called back to order. We have returned from a recess. Following on with the agenda, we are now moving on to consent agenda. Are there any items under consent agenda that my colleagues would like to pull? Take a moment to flip through it. Are there any requests for consent agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin, a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to consent bids and purchases over $100,000. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull? Commissioner Kelly, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I would like to pull 7A.
7A. All right, we're going to pull 7A. Are there any other requests from my colleagues? Seeing none, let's first approve the remainder of the consent agenda. May I have that motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, did you get that? There was a lot of, it came very rapidly.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. So now we're going to address item 7A, which reads, approve the purchase of site furnishings for Intercoastal Park from Victor Stanley as a sole source vendor. The estimated expenditure is $123,417. I'd like to open this now for staff to introduce the item, and then Commissioner Kelly can make her comments.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my esteemed colleagues, and members of the public. My name is Mario Guzman, Director of Public Works. Item A, that is to replace furnishings at Intercoastal Park. We went with an industrial grade, looking at spending the upfront capital in the beginning and have low maintenance throughout the life of it. Due to the elements and the exposure, the salt, the sea mist over there, we want to go with high quality products. Like I said, initially there's an upfront capital cost, but we look at low maintenance across the board. Aside from that, we're looking at standardizing all of the parks throughout the city. So from a parks maintenance perspective, if we have standardization, we have all the same parts that we can interswap. A lot of the equipment there is in bad shape, so we want to get rid of it. Some of it is in good shape, so we plan on repurposing that.
All right, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. Yes, I pulled this item because I had gotten an email from a constituent about it. And I wanted to, it's important, we have recently and been talking more and more about the parks and having them on a schedule for repairs and maintenance. And so this was the first park to come up. And so I wanted to kind of go over why, which you touched on it briefly, why we're doing it now when some things work efficiently or are working, and why we would do it now as opposed to waiting, and also why we wouldn't piecemeal change out certain stuff. And I know we all know Intercoastal Park is one of our bigger rentals, and so we want it to be at its best all the time. So I just wanted you to briefly talk a little bit about the schedule just with regard to Intercoastal Park as far as upgrading these furnishings. Why, what is the life expectancy of this new product? And you briefly did touch on, we're across the board, all of our parks, you're trying to keep everything consistent. So if you could just touch just a little bit on the timing and why, why we're doing it all at one time.
Absolutely. And you're right. There's some sections of the park that are in worse condition than others, but in an effort to not have anything mismatch and have the aesthetics, and just looking at rebranding our parks as a whole and have everything consistent, both from an aesthetic perspective and also from a maintenance perspective. A microcosm of this is Betty Thomas Park. You can see the materials that we're using. They were also environmentally sourced. It's recycled plastic, which lasts for a very long time. As far as life cycle, we have a 10-year warranty on these items. So the intent was, hey, let's take care of Intercoastal Park instead of, a little bit over here, a little over there, take care of this park so it's done. And our plan is to move forward with all the parks throughout the city. This is probably one of the ones in the beginning that we're trying to replace all the equipment.
Okay, and then how often, what is the Intercoastal Park? Because we also worry, and I know it's on your radar too, salt and everything deteriorates the equipment and product a little bit more. Is there a concern with even this product, even though it's a better quality and it's more environmentally friendly and it's supposed to last us longer? Is there, would there be a change of it sooner, I guess? What is the life expectancy
Life cycle
on this equipment?
Minimum 10 years. There's a 10-year warranty, so we're covered by that. So we're going to try to get 12 and try to get, we want to put things on a life cycle so we replace them before they look deteriorated. And that's what we're doing now. Some are in bad shape. Some are, like I said, under better shape, but we're not going to dispose it. We're going to repurpose it to other parks. But the game plan is to use the same kind of aesthetics throughout all city parks. One, to be consistent, but selfishly for maintenance, so we can have the same items. If something breaks down, instead of contacting a vendor or we have to wait on lead times, if they have it in stock, we can have our own inventory.
Okay, and then on the agenda item, this company is the sole source of this product. Is this a product that, and we already have this in another park?
Correct, Betty Thomas.
Okay, okay. That's all I have.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, so Commissioner Kelly, it sounds like your question was answered. Are there any other questions about this item from my colleagues? All right, seeing no other questions or comments, may I have a motion to approve? Let me pull up that item. Approve 7A.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving item 7A, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. All right, so that concludes consent bids and purchases over $100,000. There are no items under public hearing. There are no items under city manager's report. We're now entering unfinished business. The first item under unfinished business 10A is proposed resolution number R22-099. Approve first substantial amendment to the CDBG annual action plan fiscal year 21 to reallocate leftover funds from fiscal year 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 to fund a public improvement activity. This is an item I'm very much looking forward to hearing. Staff?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Mara Frederickson, Finance Director. We do have a presentation to you, which was attached in the backup, or we could just visit the projects that are proposed as part of this. It's up to us.
I'd like to see the presentation.
So would I.
Next slide, please. CDBG, just a little bit to give you some background, is administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The city of Boynton Beach is an entitlement community, which means we have need within our community based on the census information that's provided. We do have to follow HUD, or Housing and Urban Development established guidelines. We develop our programs based on the needs that we've found in the community, feedback, things like that. At least 70% of our CDBG funds must support low to moderate income individuals, and any activities that
Mara,
we choose.
can I ask you to pause for one moment? I just wanted to inform staff that my monitor is not working. I was wondering if somebody could come and fix it. And I'm gonna move over here temporarily, but please proceed, Mara. Thank you.
Sure. And any activities that are utilized by CDBG must serve at least 51% of the low to moderate income. Next slide, please. The three national objectives for CDBG: benefit the low to moderate individual or area-wide, aid in the prevention of or elimination of slum and blight, and meet an urgent need. Next slide, please. The five major categories for fund use: public services. These are generally where we partner with our nonprofits. There is a 15% cap on the annual allocation that we're allowed to expend. So if we get a $500,000 allocation for the year, we can only allocate $75,000 to the nonprofits, and that is publicly advertised, and they submit through a public process as well. Housing rehab. That's any type of rehabilitation, land acquisition, down payment assistance, rental assistance. Public improvements and facilities, street improvements, rehab, improvement of public facilities, any underground utilities. Economic development, which is micro enterprise, commercial rehabilitation, and then the planning and administration, which has a 20% cap on it as well. Next slide, please. Over the last 5 years, CDBG public service activities, we have partnered with or provided 15 public service activities from 2017 to 2021. And again, this is the 15% cap for our public service activities. So we've partially paid some of the nonprofits to run the programs. We've provided emergency services through food bank, shelter, rental assistance, homeless outreach, and financial assistance. We provide senior services with senior meals, senior caregiving, support services for Alzheimer's patients, and educational services with AIDS awareness, self-sufficiency, domestic violence prevention, and legal fair housing and counseling. Next slide, please. On the housing side of it, for the last 5 years in housing rehabilitation, we've provided services to 11 houses, and 4 are currently underway with housing activities. And we've also worked with our nonprofit, Faith-Based Community Development Corporation, and they're managing some of our affordable housing development projects, new home construction, housing rehabilitation, and some home buyer education as well within the city. Next slide, please. So here's where we get to the projects. Staff has met internally and with some of our nonprofits, and we have provided the commission tonight some opportunities to explore where these CDBG funds can be utilized. So we've separated them into the 2 different categories. You have housing rehab on the left and public improvement facilities on the right. The backup for each of these is provided in the documentation attached, or we do have the nonprofits and our Public Works Director as well to provide you further information if you have questions on any of these projects. And that's actually the last slide. So.
Mara, let me ask you, some of these numbers, are these estimates of what you hope to put into the program? So is there some flexibility in this?
There is some flexibility with some of them. Obviously, the ones where you're buying lots and things like that, those are based on prices that they've gotten for appraisals and whatnot. You know, the owner occupied rehab, where we're looking to, you know, rehabilitate homes and things like that. 400,000 is an estimate. You could put less, you could put more. You have the $1,072,000, which is leftover funds. And then actually at the bottom of the cover sheet, you see we actually have $2 million in other allocations with SHIP and CDBG funds. So if there are projects that you select that get you to the 1.3 million, you have a little bit of extra funds in some of those allocations that you could utilize with these.
Excellent point. All right, thank you for that presentation. Any other questions? I'm sure there are questions from my colleagues who would like to begin. I have a good number of my own, but Vice Mayor Cruz.
Can you explain or go a little bit deeper into what supportive housing is?
So this is actually a partnership with Boynton Beach Faith-Based CDC. It's to purchase and rehab a multi-unit building. And they're looking at purchasing the building and then rehabilitating it for low-income housing.
For now, Mara, I'll ask about the micro enterprise. That caught my ear.
Sure.
I think you're starting to know me enough that the kind of things that I look for, but tell me about that. And do we have any success with that in the past, or is this entirely just a suggestion?
So it's one of the options we can use with CDBG funds.
I'm just curious if we would be starting from scratch, or have we done that before?
We have not done any of the micro enterprise with CDBG funds in the past.
Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, would you go back to that slide that shows the breakdown of expenditures, that one? A couple of questions. The Hester Center improvement, what type of improvements are we talking here?
That's to repair the playground equipment at the
Playground?
Hester Center. Mm-hmm.
Example, because I was out there just Saturday before last when they played their game against Plantation, And I just want to get a better feel for what type of improvements are we talking about specifically. Get over to the.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
You're like my height now.
All right, that's specifically to install a sunshade over the playground. That's the majority of it.
Oh,
So that had came up a couple times as in parks. Some parents are like, "Hey, can we get a big sunshade?" So that's the majority of it, and also get some artificial surfacing, turf for some of the playgrounds. So a lot of those things.
okay.
But the majority, the impact, of course, is resurfacing some of the tennis courts and some of those things. But the majority is to get a big sunshade across.
Very good, very good. All those good. Talk a little bit more, if you would,
All right.
about the senior rental housing program.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is RJ. This is, sorry. But Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is RJ Ramiro, Community Improvement Manager. In Keturah Jessup, she's the CEO of the Boynton Beach Faith-Based Community Development Corporation. And again, this is an opportunity to, with the CDC for short. And Keturah would like to, if that's okay with the Commission, to talk a little bit more about those projects.
Victoria Joseph, Boynton Beach, Faith-Based CDC 2191 North Seacrest Boulevard. What that project entails is us, the Boynton Beach CDC, purchasing some one-bedroom units, condos in senior communities that we will purchase, rehabilitate if they need rehabilitation, and rent to seniors who are on fixed incomes. A lot of what's happening to our seniors in this community, we've heard us say that before, there's a serious rental units availability in Boynton Beach right now, and the seniors are being hit the hardest. A lot of them, their rents are going up by $400 and $500 a month. They're on fixed income. They can't afford it. They're being pushed out of the market. So what we're proposing is to buy some one-bedroom condos in senior communities so only seniors can live in those units, rehabilitate them, rehab them, and rent them back to seniors at prices that they can afford based on their fixed income. That's what that program is about.
Excellent.
So whatever amount that you fund, however units we can purchase, we will purchase. That was one of the projects we had in our APRA application that you guys have not decided on. So we just pulled it out of the APRA application and bring it here. And maybe we can start that project as you decide on what you're going to do with the APRA funding.
I'm glad to hear that because so many of our senior citizens are being forced out by prices going skyrocketing, and that's just.
They can't afford it.
Not
They're
right. They
being
can't afford
priced
it.
out of the market as we speak. We deal with a lot of seniors in our senior program, and they're dealing with that every day. Some of them have had to move in with family members, move out of state, move everywhere. And so that's a dent in the bucket of trying to address that problem.
One of my close elderly friend had to move back to Texas with her son, and she grew up here in this city, but she could not afford. The guy went up on the rent $1,000 a month. That's ridiculous. Over and beyond what she was already paying, so
And
she had no choice.
And their income does not go up to that extent. They're on fixing Social Security. A lot of them are on Social Security and some small retirement, and they literally cannot afford to rent or live in Boynton Beach right now. Those are seniors that have lived there most of their lives that can no longer afford to live there.
That's high on my list.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that is something that I share with you. This is extremely important, and I don't think anyone would doubt that. You know, the issue I have is that this is one of those good problems where all of these proposed projects are important. These are all going back into the community. We just don't have enough money for it. So we're going to have to make some priority lists and fund as much as we can. And if we don't all fund it now with the leftover, you know, future funds will be coming. It is an annual funding that's coming down to our city. The only thing additional I want to say at the moment is that in addition to senior programs, I'm looking at the solar panels for Hester Center. We have discussed that before in the past, and the reason why I'm interested in that, not only is it good for the environment, but from what I have heard from staff and the documentation that was provided, it's going to save the city money, right? So it's not just good for the environment, but it's also good economics. And by investing in it, we can recoup those rewards much, much sooner than making smaller payments over time. So I'm interested in that as well. However, like I said, there's so many good projects. Thank you, Commissioner. But let's hear from everybody and let's see what you think. Vice Mayor Cruz.
One thing I really want to focus on is owner occupied rehab, specifically focusing on our seniors if we can. I know we talked about our seniors being living on fixed incomes, and I've heard quite a few constituents of mine reach out and say, you know, we have people in Leisureville or this other community that has a bad roof and they can't afford to fix it, and they're going to have to leave their home if we don't help them. I know Habitat for Humanity does those kind of projects. I know you connected with CDC. Did you guys also connect with Habitat? And would they be the ones to be doing that project? I mean, it doesn't matter who does it, but just ultimately.
We could reach out to Habitat,
Yeah.
yes, for that as well.
Yeah, I just think it's an important initiative, especially for our seniors here in Boynton Beach, and how inflation has skyrocketed and many people can't afford to fix their roof, and if they're not fixing their roof, then they have to leave their home. So we want to keep people in Boynton, here in Boynton, if we can. And one last thing, for the solar panels, I know we just had a talk about the Hester Center improvements, and I understand one of them is to put some sort of a shady area for the kids in the playground. Is there any way that that shady area could include solar panels and just kind of like kill two birds at once and just?
In the original proposal, actually in the last proposal that we had, Rebecca Harvey. Okay, go ahead.
I like this one better. Mario Guzman, Director of Public Works. For the shades, it's actually like it won't work because it's like a plastic shade that actually goes over that we have to take it off during hurricane season. So it's actually like it's almost like a tarp.
It's like a temporary thing. It's not.
It's not temporary. It's fixed. It'll be like a tarp shade, industrial grade, to provide solar. Yeah, it's
Sun protection.
Yeah, ICP has it. So it's industrial. It's a shade. However, during hurricanes, we got to take it down. So we cannot put solar panels on it. It's not that kind of shade to put it on. So the project with solar panels is actually on the roof for Hester Center.
That was my question.
Right now I'm hearing the owner occupied neighborhood, Hester Center solar panels, and senior rental housing program. Those are the three.
What does that equal if we were to fund all three?
That gets you pretty close to where you're supposed to be.
So those three alone cover it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other final comments?
That the 1.07 million?
It's about 1.1 million, but it gets you.
1.1?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
A little extra.
Big. Okay. Good.
Just need a consensus vote from you, the commission.
Yes,
Question,
but before we do that, let's make sure we hear from everybody.
Sure.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor, then Commissioner Kelly.
Last thing, sometimes we have these great things come up in commission meetings and then we never hear from them again. Is there any way that we can maintain contact regarding this and get back to our constituents that are having these issues?
Sure. We are going to be doing some marketing for that. These, so the next steps for this, we do have to advertise this for 30 days to the community that these programs are opening up. And then the partnership ones, we are going to be bringing the subrecipient agreement back to you for the agreement with CDC. And then we will open these programs up to the public. So.
And will we be hearing about the solar? How would that work? Are you going to bring back a presentation?
We can if you would like that, yeah.
I'd like to know more about how it works, the numbers and all of that. Because in my mind, this works as kind of like a pilot program. And if it's good for the environment and economically beneficial for the city, we might expand it down the road. Okay. Commissioner Kelly, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to just concur with my colleagues that those senior rental housing is important. We see it across the board in all of our whole city. And then the owner occupied rehab, I think is a great selection. My only question, I know these are all, the housing rehab all says it's in partnership with the CDC, and I know Vice Mayor Cruz mentioned Habitat for Humanity. So, and then you mentioned that you have to put it out there for, so these are just estimates that were provided, but then you're still going out for.
So they're estimates for what we think that our spend would be, but we do advertise to the community. It's part of the HUD regulations that we advertise that that's how those activities are being utilized for the funding. So we have to advertise it for 30 days, submit it to HUD for their review, and then it comes back, the subrecipient agreement.
Okay. So are we talking about splitting those funds that are
And if
owner,
that's the
if
proposal,
they're interested in even
sure, we
partnering?
can have those conversations.
Okay. And then I agree with the solar panels. I think that anytime that we can add solar panels to somewhere in the city, it's a benefit. So I was glad to see that on there, and everything else is very good. And we couldn't have picked a bad one if we picked any of them. So I'm good.
They're all worthy investments
They
for
are.
sure. All right, so staff just needs consensus direction from us. So can we repeat those three items just to make sure it's absolutely clear?
Sure. The owner occupied housing, the Hester Center solar panels, and the senior rental housing program.
Correct.
All right. I see all the head nods. I think we are unanimously in agreement. All right.
Right.
Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you.
1 second. Yes, I think we're thinking the same thing now. Now that we've identified the project, we actually need to vote on the actual resolution. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is proposed resolution number R22-099. All those in favor?
Do we need a motion? Motion to approve
Oh.
resolution
Yes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
R22-099.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. It's approaching that time for me. Next item is, we've moved up B, so now we're at C. City Commission will continue discussion on the city manager search. Each commissioner to prepare their individual list of top 5 candidates and come to consensus as a group on the top 3 candidates to move forward in the process. So as you recall from the previous meeting, I asked all of you to just select your 5, and if you didn't have 5, maybe 4, whatever number you had. But instead of interviewing so many candidates, we needed to narrow it down first to our top 3. And really, this process is determined by us. So although I suggested top 3, what if we can't come up with top 3? Maybe we come up with top 4. So we will do our best and come to consensus. And whatever the final candidates in this moment become, those are the ones that I'd like to interview so I can take to the next step and dive deeper into their backgrounds and so forth. Commissioner Kelly.
I just had, before we get started, I had a concern, because as I was going through the applications, there are several people who still currently are employed, and they have indicated that they did not want us to contact their current employer. So I am concerned that if we are talking about this in open forum, that then their names are out there and it's for disclosure to their employers. And I don't want to be the person to violate somebody's right to privacy.
I think that's a valid point, and I did not think of that, but I did think of when the time comes for us to evaluate and discuss the qualities of every person, similar thought, will that go to their current employer and so on? Will that, but being a public entity, we need to do our business in public. So this is somewhat of a conundrum. City Attorney, could you weigh in on this?
Well, the process is public. The names that have been submitted to you are public. The information is public, and yeah, I mean, you have to. I guess folks who apply understand. They probably work in a public forum, so they understand the nature of the way you have to do your business. I don't know. There's a way to protect confidentiality when you've got to identify names and invite them to interview, and so they've inserted themselves into the process. At some point, they could withdraw or just go with it if you move them forward. But there's no mechanism to keep candidates number one versus number two and then protect their identities. It needs to be an open discussion here.
Yeah, I think ultimately it'll have to become public. What the effect is on their current employment, I do not know. But I think it's a valid point. Mr. Suss, we will have public comments, but not quite yet. But I will make sure to let you know.
On this?
You will, but not yet. But I will let you know. All right.
Hope you do.
All right. Let's hear from my colleagues. Any other questions or concerns?
Yeah, there were applicants that specifically requested that their names not be publicly stated unless they were finalists because they have jobs maybe with other cities. And so just being mindful of that. I don't know, again, from a legal perspective, we do have to have those names for the final draw, but I don't know if we need to have everybody's name be said publicly right now and kind of violating those requests from the applicants who are not, let's say, the top three. Is there any way we could say applicant A, B, and C, and then have their criteria, and then the day of the meeting where we choose our candidate, we bring those three final names up in public disclosure and, discuss after interviewing them? I just don't know if bringing everybody's name up right now in a public forum and the opportunity of maybe them not being picked as top five could endanger their current positions and be a potential legal issue.
Go ahead, Vice Commissioner Hay.
Yeah, I share the same concern. However, I don't think we can do that. But what would be the problem, like you were saying, getting down to the final 2 or 3? If we were to, I don't know if this is legal, but let's say we put our names down, the 5 that we have right now, and handed it to the clerk to see if there's some commonality and we can narrow it down to 3 or 2. And then that would have to be public because we're not going to decide on that.
Will that not become public record anyways?
Well,
Yeah.
But after the fact, though, wouldn't it?
Now, as soon as the documents, there's no ongoing exemption for this process. As soon as you say, and I'm not saying that that you would do this, but you write the names down, you put your name on it, and then they're announced or whatnot immediately. But it has to be announced immediately. It's not like, because then these the public needs to understand what it is that you're doing from this side of the equation. So they've got folks who have provided you information and their background and their interest in the job. They're asking, I guess, for the courtesies of not jeopardizing their current unless they've got a certain. But the problem with that is you operate in the sunshine and you've got to have your conversations in a way that the public understands what you're talking about. I mean, if the public understands what you're talking about, it's going to, it can be reported, it can get to other folks, so it's really an issue from the applicant's perspective more so than yours. I know you want to provide the courtesy to folks and because you appreciate them coming into the process, but you need to have this process open.
Council, it seems like, we have to do this in public. I even if, as Commissioner Hayes said, even if you wrote it down on paper first, it's public record.
Yep.
I would like to think that the applicants know this, and they have implicitly agreed to some risk to their current employment, being that this is a public entity and the process would be public. I would hope that they know that. So what I'd like to do is hear from my colleagues what your top candidates were, whatever that number may be, so we can look for some commonalities, right? The goal is to come up with our top 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, whatever it is, so we can know which are the finalists that we interview and proceed with, with those individuals. Who would like to begin? It really doesn't matter. Go ahead, Commissioner Hay. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write down as we go down the dais. I'm going to write down.
Well, of course, this is in no particular order.
Yep.
Okay. Christopher Russo, Russo. Robert Curno, Curnor, Robert.
Russo, Cherno, I think that's how you pronounce it.
And James Stables. Joshua Ray, Ray. And Patrick Marsh.
Marsh?
Marsh.
All right. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from you. All right. All right. Vice Mayor Cruz.
I have a Christopher, what is it? Jesus. Christopher Russo, yes.
All right. Russo.
James
Stables.
And Daniel Duggar.
And Duggar. Only 3?
Yep.
All right. I'm comfortable with that. Commissioner Turkin.
I also had Robert Kunro. I'm glad you brought it up, Commissioner Hay, because he told me he did not want that to be disclosed. So not on me. Don King. James Drum.
How do you spell that? Is it just the way it sounds?
D-R-U-M-M.
Okay.
Chief Stables. And Dan Duggar.
And Duggar. All right. That's 5. Commissioner Kelly.
I have Robert Conroe.
All right, Conroe.
I have Nikki Carpenito.
Is it Pimento? Say that one more.
Carpenito,
That's one from
Carpenito.
Wellington, perhaps.
Jupiter, I believe.
Jupiter Carpenito.
I have Jason Davis.
Jason, okay.
I have Dan Duggar, and I have Jim Stables.
Okay. For myself, I have in no particular order, Mr. Stables, followed by Duggar, followed by, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this person's name, but we've said it slightly differently. It's Kunro. Kunro.
How you spell it?
Cunrow.
Sossaman. And Don King. All right, so I wrote down all of the names, and I can see Kunro is consistent. I heard it from Commissioner Hay. I heard it from Commissioner Turkin, Commissioner Kelly, and myself. That right there are 4 selections. So would it be fair to put that name aside as a finalist? Okay, Kunro. All right, what else do we have in? Oh, are you writing it down? Oh, you got it? Okay, I'm taking it down as well. I heard Stables from Commissioner Hay, from Vice Mayor Cruz, Commissioner Turkin, Commissioner Kelly, and myself. All right. What do we have else in common? We have Duggar from Vice Mayor Cruz. We have Duggar from Commissioner Turkin. We have Duggar from Commissioner Kelly and Duggar from myself. So Kunro had how many people in common? 1, 2, was it 4? And Stables had 5. And Duggar had 1, I thought 4 as well. Okay. Okay. So it appears to me, do we have anybody else that we said with at least 4 individuals in common? I just want to be absolutely sure. I heard Russo twice, Don King twice, Ray once, Marsh once, Drum once, Davis once, and I think that, so Santa, nobody else supported that one. All right. Everybody check me on that. Did I count correctly? Thank you, y'all. Appreciate it. Hey, I count wrong sometimes. It happens. It's getting late. All right. So it appears to me the top 3 finalists is Kunro, Stables, and Duggar. And before we proceed any further, let me just say these are the 3 that I hope to interview, right? I didn't want to interview 10 people. And I'd like to meet with them and ask my questions about their history and all of that. Are there any other comments from my colleagues before we open up to public input? No other comments? All right, Mr. Suss, as always, you have 3 minutes. Is the microphone on?
Thank you. You know something? I think one person up there knows how I feel. This should never have happened. Never. For the new commissioners. Commissioner Hay knows where I stand. And there's an individual up there that we had a city manager, Lori. And let me tell you something, probably one of the best we ever had. She was here for many years. She did a good job. But I guess the chemistry from one of the individuals up at that dais, right from the beginning, had no right, or maybe because he had the power. We should have never been able to be here. We had a city manager that was the best we ever had, Lori, right there. And because of chemistry of somebody up there, and I know the story inside out because I spoke to Lori many times. Right from the beginning, when this individual up there, when he ran, he let it out that he was against this individual, this city manager. I want to let this out. Maybe he had the right to do that, but we had a city commissioner, and I think Commissioner Hay knows about this. I don't know if unfortunately, we should have never been here to discuss this. Never. And I have to get this was poison right from the beginning. That's the way I feel. The best commissioner the city manager we ever had. And yet, personalities got involved, which should have never happened. On merit, he should have still been here. On merit. What a shame. What a shame. I hope this individual goes home and has their dreams about it. And he knows where I stand right from the beginning. And I'll tell you another thing. Goes back with the situation when you were supposed to get back to me on the memory situation where I'm being treated. I'm a volunteer and it's working. You never got back to me. You were supposed to come up there and you never did. You never did. You don't belong up there. That's my opinion. Okay? Never should have happened.
All right, thank you for your time. 1 second, let me reset the timer. All right, next speaker. Begin when
Susan
you're
Oyer,
ready.
140 Southeast 27th Way. I'm looking at this list and I have nothing against interim city manager Stables. I think you should be looking for the cream of the crop, not the bottom of the barrel. You should be looking at people with city management experience. You should be looking at people with degrees in this. You should not be looking at somebody who has no degrees in this and has no city management experience. Mr. Davis that Commissioner Kelly proposed, I believe is the only one with a PhD and is probably should have been your number one choice because that person was the most qualified person applying. And no, they don't want qualified. They want the person they think that can help them get PBSO or whatever crazy crap they want to do. And I've got to say, I hope you decide to make the right choice because once again, you're going to end up with a bunch of angry residents coming in and screaming and hollering and going after you for making the wrong choice. And I know some of you owe political favors to the person who is on this list, this short list. But this is wrong. The residents deserve a quality city manager. We had the best. We had Lori Leverrier. She was the most respected city manager in this county. Now, the fact that one person doesn't like her because she wouldn't kowtow and she wasn't going to go along with PBSO, and so you connive some little way to get rid of her, and she was the most respected woman in this county, one of the highest ranking women in this county, one of the highest ranking women in the state, one of the most well-respected in the state, and you got rid of the best you could get. So if you're going to replace her, then put in the best possible person. Go find the person with the most degrees and the most experience, not the person that you owe some political favor to and think that the rest of us just don't know about it, because we do. And this is just going to be PBSO storm again. And how many times do you want to go fighting against your residents? Do not pick the lowest common denominator. Pick the best possible person for the job. And Davis was your best possible person. Interim chief state or interim city manager Stables, easily on the top of your list too. But why are you not picking the person with the most experience, the most degrees, the person who could have brought more respect to this city and who owes you no favors? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why the residents liked him.
All right, next speaker.
Harry Woodworth, 685 Northeast 15th Place again. I'm not going to comment on any of the names. I've looked at that list extensively. I've hired hundreds of executive level positions over 40 years in industry. I would caution the people up there that don't have experience hiring executive level talent. You need an executive leadership that people will follow because you're going to have somebody new walk in here, I would hope. And at the end of the day, that leadership is, if that leadership doesn't bring the rest of the team along, you guys are going to be sitting on an island all by yourself. And hiring an executive is not like hiring a manager. It's just an ice cream store. It's not a grocery store. It's not a factory. You know, executive is the future. It's the direction you're going to go. The person that has those visions, has the experience at that level to know those things and know how those things are done. It's a very different breed of cat. And if they have that vision, that's good. They got to have it. The second step is they've got to be able to, leadership is to bring the people with you. They have got to sell that vision to the entire team, because if 2 or 3 people decide that's not the way it wants to go, it's not going to happen. So I would just ask you to think about your hiring executive level talent here, not administrative level. Anybody can, if you don't know the difference between a balance sheet and expense statement, you shouldn't be there anyhow. You know, the money stuff, people can learn the math. There's lots of good math managers. You had a long list of names. I've looked at probably that higher list. I've done deep depth on 3 or 4 of them just to see if I would hire them. Just think about what hiring an executive is, because that's what you're hiring. And a lot of you guys don't have that experience. So get somebody to help you with it. You're not using a headhunter. I don't know why, but you know, be careful what you're looking for. This is not a manager. This is not an administrator. Okay, this is an executive leadership position that has to have the ideas for the future and then the ability to sell those ideas so that the troops, because you're going to wake up one morning, look behind you, nobody followed. And where are you going to be? Where are we going to be as a city? You got a $250 million budget. It can't be managed by amateurs. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Ridley. I have the privilege of being the political coordinator for SEIU, FPSU, some of your hardest working citizens in the city. I'm just really talking for the general employees. They need this situation to stabilize. More than anything, they need someone to come in here and give them the assurance they need to do their day-to-day work. If you don't believe that the morale has been impacted, then spend just a little more time with your general employees. If you don't think their confidence in this council has been shaken, I'm gonna ask you to spend just a little more time talking with the folk who do your day-to-day work. This CEO will be key to anchoring the work that you need done. Second, please include their voices. They are subject matters experts that you can't eliminate from this process. And you have ways to do it. I don't envy your position. There are names on there that I would have liked to have seen come forth. They didn't. You're not going to please everybody with how you got to the short list. But you can send a real clear message about process moving forward. It has to be transparent. It has to be inclusive. And if these three names aren't the three names, don't block yourself into it. If you need to go back out, if these three names don't quite reach the mark of where you need to go, start over. Too important of a decision. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Reedy. I didn't write down what I was going to say, so I'm going to shoot from the hip. The list of three that has risen to the top, two of them I can understand. One leaves me in astonished shock. That particular person is really not qualified to lead a city of our size. It would be an embarrassment. I think you've realized by now that I like to file public records requests because I like to know what's going on. I do not like surprises. And we've had the list of the people that applied for this position, and we've been poring over it and had many discussions amongst us old timers, and everyone has their own metrics of what they liked about certain candidates. You know, Harry liked the financial people, and I liked the people that showed stability and had large city experience. He picked some of the smaller city experienced people, but I thought that was not, you know, what I would pick if I had a magic wand. I think that what the previous gentleman brought up about, you know, maybe you should seek some input from the people, because we aren't the only ones that have had this list and have been digesting the names and the people that are on that list. And I'm sure that there's other people out there that would be willing to share some input with you. I agree with Harry that I wish that you had used a headhunter. I mean, we're a large city. I mean, you can't hide from the fact that we are not Green Acres. And, you know, we're not hillbillies. Not to insult the people in Green Acres, please. But seriously, you know, it would have been worth the money to hire a headhunter. And executive level would be the goal, you guys. Seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last call. Manny, do we have anybody online who'd like to speak on this particular item?
We have one hand raised, David Katz. David,
All
you've
right.
been unmuted. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can.
David Katz. I am gobsmacked. The other speakers are afraid to mention the name. The name is Dan Duggar. He is woefully inexperienced to do this. On his application, what he did was he copy and pasted everything about his experience, and his reference phone was his own cell phone number on everything. He doesn't have the education. He was at Angela Cruz's victory party. He arranged for campaign contributions, and it's well known that he's gone around City Hall saying, you're fired, you're fired, you're staying, you're fired, you're staying. I got the job, I'm locked in. He bragged about maybe being police chief, and it didn't happen. And now he's bragging about this. It is just unbelievable that this person would percolate to the top of this. Mike Kelly, Amy Kelly's husband, was his supervisor. There's a conflict, and I'm sure they socialized. There's even a bigger conflict. It's absurd. Absurd. He doesn't have a master's degree. He might be a great police captain, but he's in no position to run our city as its CEO. There are better candidates. You brought up two of them, Mr. Stables and Mr. Kernow. Yes, we all looked at a matrix. We all made our decisions. We all discussed it. And everybody's saying, oh, no, they won't do Duggar. That's ridiculous. And I said, like I said back in October when I bet $1,000 that Amy Kelly would be appointed to the commission, and nobody took my bet. Well, tonight I'm making the same bet. You guys are going to pick Dan Duggar, and I want somebody to take me up on that same bet, because that's what's going to happen. For lack of a better phrase, the fix is in, and we know it. Well, we hope that you're wrong. We hope that you do the right thing and hire somebody that's qualified, not politically connected, through the union and through meetings and closed door with the mayor when he took over the city manager's office. It's absolutely ridiculous to have that man percolate to the top. I hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Manny, just double checking. Do we have anybody else online?
Nope, that was it.
All right. Public comments are now closed, and I don't see a need for an official vote at this time. We just need council. We've narrowed it down to our top three. Do we just need consensus, which is what we have?
Yeah, it's your progress. If your consensus is move those three forward, then the next step would, I guess, have to determine a time frame for or exactly what your next steps are, actually.
So, I plan to interview these individuals and pour over their records, histories, and all of that. That is my plan, but I want to hear from my colleagues because this is a collective decision. All right. Sure, go ahead.
I interviewed my 5 already. And so 2 of those 5 are in this 3. I'm sorry, 3 of those 5 are in this and in this 3. So I've made my interviews.
Okay.
Just want to continue to hear public input and from my colleagues.
Commissioner Kelly, any thoughts on moving forward?
No, I agree with you, Mayor. I need an opportunity to interview them and pour over the what they've submitted and what is and how to move forward.
My colleagues to the right, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Hay.
I haven't had time to hold interviews. I only went through the paper files, so I would like some time to have in-person interviews or Zoom interviews, whatever, preferably in person, and maybe schedule potentially a meeting to discuss further.
Yeah. All right. Commissioner Hay.
Certainly, I would like to have my opportunity to talk with all 3 of the candidates, even though I no one who's on my right. But I would certainly want the opportunity to ask certain questions to them one-on-one. So I would like to have that opportunity.
Absolutely.
As we continue to gather other information about them, since we narrowed the list down to something that we can handle.
Mm-hmm. All right. Like I said, I want to interview them myself, and I have to say, I'm going to wait for the collective will of the body. But if for whatever reason, and I don't expect this, but if for whatever reason this body needs to expand the list, change the list, that is our choice, right? That is our authority as members of this commission. So I'm going to reach out to staff and HR. I'll be reaching out to you to schedule some meetings. And I suspect that I don't know how long it'll take us to get a hold of these individuals. I don't know if it's preferable if I'll speak to you about scheduling. The question is, we'll proceed with this item next meeting. Any thoughts on that? Okay. So I hope that I will have interviewed all the individuals by next meeting. That is my intention, all right, assuming scheduling works. All right.
So just the consensus is to place this item back on September 8th, which is your next meeting, in the same format as it was tonight, but with the short list?
Is September 8 also the budget meeting?
Yes, it is. Both September 8th and September 22nd, your next two meetings are going to be budget.
I don't know if
and
the budget
millage.
meeting is the appropriate avenue to hold this kind of meeting. I think we should potentially hold a special meeting for this purpose if you all think that's a good idea.
The budget meeting is going to take some
On
time. I don't know what the
September 8th.
expectation is for duration. If we have a special meeting, which I wouldn't be opposed to, what timing are we looking at? I mean, I don't want to have too many things in one meeting. I mean, public comments will take quite some time. So on the budget, on this item and other items.
We anticipating a long budget meeting since we've
Oh, that's what I'm
already
asking.
Huh?
That's what I'm asking. What's the
I
expectation?
don't see anticipating a long budget. We've already drilled this thing down to the nth degree. So, I mean, we could set a time just like we have closed our session and deal with it in an hour. That's where I am.
What your reference to that is not do it in a closed door session, just schedule a meeting. like we
No.
did
I'm
before,
saying
right?
like we have done. We could set a meeting before the regular 6 o'clock meeting. So we don't have to do it.
What's the schedule for the budget hearing meeting? Are we starting earlier than normal? Can somebody pull that up? It's same 6 p.m.
The same time has been scheduled.
Okay.
From 6 till when we're done.
Commissioner Turkin?
So if we do hold a special commission meeting, I want y'all to know that I have military orders from next Sunday until later in the beginning of September. And so if this is something I can attend virtually, I could do that. I will not be present.
I'm sorry. Could you say those dates? I want to write it down.
Yep, 8/21
Mm-hmm.
to September 3rd.
Okay.
And so, to my commitment with the military, that's, a priority, And one thing I do want to mention is I hear someone getting slammed. Dan Duggar, he's in the back of the room. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your military service. Because that's what people are bashing you, and you haven't even a chance to speak up. And so I know
All right.
I know the sacrifice. So thank you for your service.
Guys, one second, all right? Everybody has the right to speak. We had public comment. Members of the
Right.
commission can speak as well. All right. Any other comments from my colleagues? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner, you were not finished. Hold on a second, all right? We will do this orderly. Ma'am, please take a seat. We'll come back, all right? So let's just finish this one thing at a time. Commissioner Turkin, were you finished or did you want to keep saying
No,
anything?
I want y'all to know that I will not be present in person, but I can potentially make it virtually.
I've given you a warning. Please. All right, so you mentioned that you have military obligations during that time. I'm indifferent. Whether we combine it in one long meeting, I mean, technically, I don't prefer that. I don't want a super long meeting. And I expect that it will stretch into the night because this is a major item, of course. So actually thinking, I would prefer a special meeting now that I think about it.
What's the next Tuesday after today? I'm not looking at the calendar. Is it
Can we pull up the calendar, please?
23rd? And then after the 23rd is
30th.
30th.
23rd and the 30th?
How does the
What are those
commission-
Tuesdays?
Tuesday,
Those
okay. So there's the next Tuesday is the 23rd, then the following Tuesday is going to be the 30th. But you're
Wasn't
going to
the
be,
P and D, wasn't the P and D meeting postponed? Wasn't there I got an email.
I'm fine to consider.
I don't know. I saw something on the P.
Guys,
something-
we don't need to guess. We can just ask staff.
Sure.
Oh.
Can we have somebody pull up the calendar, please, and when the P&D meeting is? I heard from the audience it's on the 23rd. If it's on the 23rd, we'll do it on the 30th. It is on the 23rd. Thank you, Mr. Temple. So I'm okay with the 30th.
Commissioner Turkin, do you think you would be able to attend virtually on the 30th?
I hope so. Hope so.
So here's what I would say, because you're saying hope so, and I want you to be present. We can tentatively schedule one. And as soon as you know that you can't come for whatever reason, please notify us immediately. And as a backup plan, we can just have a really long meeting on the other day. I would just rather have not a long meeting.
The next Tuesday after that is September 6th, correct?
8th.
No, because 8th is a Thursday.
8th, they moved it.
But the next is
Okay.
6th, correct? Yeah.
Okay, so either the 8th, and if you can attend on the 30th, then we can push it to September 6th.
Yeah.
Does that sound good to you?
Okay, but please notify us immediately.
I'll email staff.
Because
I
we
should
need
have
to
an
put
answer
out the
next
public
week.
notice. So we have a date and a backup date.
I just want to say, someone else, I have a conflict on the 30th, but another attorney can attend if that's the night that you're going to do it.
Come on, Michael.
Anniversary.
Oh, no, we
all
can't.
right.
We're not touching that. We're not.
Oh, I would be in a world of hurt.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you're not missing that. All right. It sounds like we have a plan. Any other?
Be at the same 6 o'clock?
I'm comfortable with
But-
that for consistency's sake.
Yes.
I would, so I'll be in Central Time. And that puts us an hour behind. Well, puts y'all an hour forward. So I would say maybe 6:30 Eastern Time.
Okay, so is everybody good with August 30th at 6:30?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here at 6 anyways, right? So what's 30 more minutes to me? Sure, 6:30. I'm fine with that. Make sure we make that clear in the public announcement, staff. All right. I mean, is there anything else from my colleagues? Questions, comments?
Quick question.
Any other scheduling conflicts? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Would it be possible, there are 2 items I'm currently working on with staff. If those items were to be ready at that point, can we add them afterwards to the meeting? Or would that just be only for this purpose?
I would prefer to focus. I mean, are these items pressing?
One of them is, yeah.
Which item is that?
It's the park impact fund fee and the other one's the commercial space requirement. If not, I can wait.
I would prefer that we have this meeting to focus exclusively on this. But if you feel strongly, just let me know. And
It would have to be part of any notice of a special meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
okay. Anything else before we go to public input? All right. Please begin. We'll begin with you.
Gloria Goolsby, 327 Boynton Bay Circle. I'm going to give it
And here.
Yes.
Gloria, Goolsby. 327 Boynton Bay Circle.
Ms. Goolsby, right?
At least one.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Turkin, thank you for your military service. Anybody here? Thank you for your military service. We are not here about military service. We are here about the well-being of the people in our city. And second of all, I would ask that you respect us and not have your outbursts. This is the fourth time. You're either disciplining the staff publicly for not letting you know something, or you're having outbursts at us. I would ask that you respect our opinion as we do yours. But don't do that, because you are showing your true colors and it doesn't look nice. So let's have a commonality and respect one another. But we're here about the city of Boynton Beach. Mr. Duger served, and I have the utmost respect for him for doing so. But this is not the time for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. I want to reiterate what she said. I think most of you who know me know that my family has been serving in the military since before the American Revolution and the War of the French and Indian Wars. You're hard pressed to find somebody who's more pro-military. I'm not disrespecting Officer Duger at all in any way, shape, or form over his military career, which has zero to do with his applying for city manager. And I commend him for stepping up and applying, but at the end of the day, he doesn't have the qualifications that some of the rest do. And that was what I was speaking to. My dad was Army. My grandfather fought in World War I in the trenches, waking up every morning with one person on each side dead, shot in the head. My brother's a Marine. There's very few people who are more pro-military than me. But that being said, it has nothing to do with the city manager fight. So I want to say, are we even allowed to have a meeting this soon to make a decision? Isn't something like this, isn't there like a 30-day rule that you have to investigate before we go forward on a city manager vote? Something at this level? And where is the public meeting to meet these people and talk to them like we did for the police chief? Aren't we supposed to, as residents, be able to meet the prospective leaders of our city? Because at the end of the day, they're not your leaders, they're ours. Because you all are the legislative branch, they are the executive branch. And that's like voting for a president. I feel I should be able to meet whoever's going to be president of my city. And where is the public meeting? And I really think you all should be expanding this. And I think you all are kind of quietly realizing 3 was too small of a number. And hopefully you all are going to go, maybe we should rethink this and raise it up to 5 or 6 or even 7 people on the list. It's no skin off your back, and it gets the public more involved, and it keeps you off the hot seat because you all are pushing for another war. And if tonight didn't show you we're ready to go, then I don't know what's going to. Because I am District 3 and District 2, and I stand in solidarity with District 1 and District 4. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one more person in person, and then we'll go online. Oh, 2.
Bishop Bernard, right? As much as I commend our military and the need of our military, I commend the veterans, but not in respect to the system that neglects them. In respect to Captain Duga, we all know that he's not qualified. And as the executive director of the NAACP, the evidence. We make our decision on the evidence. The evidence shows that he is not qualified to run this city. And coming out of this department, when we're having a problem with our department, not especially not with SJ, but it goes all the way back. What can we expect as being a city manager and authority that he has, making firing and hiring decisions? and any serious matter, and especially dealing with our police department, can we as a community have any confidence? Again, the community speak through my voice as a community advocate. Can we have confidence in this police captain being our city manager under no circumstance? And that primarily should be considered. It's not good in the best interest of the people. And you need to watch your words. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. Bashing, no one bashed him. People speaking facts. I didn't bash this young man. When he get ready to have a round the table with me, he know where I live, and I invite him to come to my house. He can have dinner. No doubt about it. I don't hold grudges, but I'm on facts. Your words, even when you blew the whistle, the dog whistle, with the law and order stuff, you understand? Piggybacking on where he is right now, the law and order stuff, man. This is what we as black folk, under the most atrocious system of slavery ever been, since the beginning of mankind, you still represent it with your words. And man, when I had a great liking for you, taking you in my good graces, I don't anymore, but there's room for reconciliation because I, as a minister of the gospel, have that ministry of reconciliation. But you got to get on the good foot, man. Watch how you speak to people. You owe an allegiance to the city of Boynton, not the Navy. He wasn't ready to give us, as a commissioner for this city in totality, you should never ran. You ran on an agenda, not on the interest of the people, because never have ever seen you in 10 years of advocacy here in this city doing anything to bring change for the better for the people.
I'd like to get up one more time. You're going to be hiring somebody. Don't make a mistake again that what happened with our previous city manager. The speaker before got up and said, you're picking somebody that's going to be, we should have to also, you want to interview? I want to meet these people. I want to see what you're going to be picking. I want to see, we have a right also. You sit up there, fine, but I think a mistake was made and you know it. One person up there knows it. But I want to make sure that I meet some of these finalists. I think it's our right to do this, okay? Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. I know, but
Herb Suss, longtime resident, City Beach, Semper Fi, hoorah.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Ben Klein, 736 Shore Drive, Boynton Beach, Florida. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak again. First time to a meeting, twice in one meeting. It's a great time. Professionally, I've had the opportunity to hire a number of people, and one of the mistakes that you want to really avoid making when you hire someone is only looking at candidates who are available. And I heard another resident talk about using a headhunter. And I've used headhunters many times for many executive positions. And the great thing about a headhunter is a headhunter is going to go and find someone who may not be the person looking for the job. Now, I don't know the interim city manager. You may have the perfect candidate right there. This other gentleman in the room, he may be the perfect candidate too. I've got no opinion on them at all, except that I know that when you are hiring, you want to give yourself the best opportunity to find the best candidates that are there. So there's no harm in taking a long time to find the right person. Hopefully this next city manager is going to be the city manager for a long time. It's going to have a lot of success in the city. So you're rushing to interview 3 candidates. Maybe you guys have already done enough due diligence and you know that, but from what I'm observing about the process, that this is sort of who was in the community and who applied, and that the search was not sort of run as a formal search. I'm not saying it should be nationwide. I'd like it to be, I think closer to home, certainly Floridians, people who share our values, who share our idea of what a city should be. But we should cast a wide net, and we should look for the right person, not the person that's available. If that's what you've done, great. If that's not what you've done, then I'd urge you to consider whether you should be moving so quickly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the next speaker, and I don't normally comment, let me just say that we have received applicants from local, county, outside the county, the state, outside the state. So we have a mix of all sorts of applicants. So, all right. But this body in the past chose not to do a headhunter intentionally because we wanted to see what our staff could bring forward to us first. All right. And if in this process it turns out we can't make a selection, then we'll go and spend for that money. But the decision of this body, if I remember correctly, was that why spend first if we can get some good candidates. All right. So let's talk afterwards. But I'm just letting you know that that's what I remember. That was what the decision of this body.
That sounds great, right? I think.
All right. Let's just do it.
If you find a great candidate and you.
Yes, to the mic. Let's just.
I agree that you don't want to waste money, right? You talk at great length about where we need to spend money, things that we're short on in the city, and we certainly don't want to be wasteful where we otherwise are not. So if you go through these interviews and you've got the right candidate, I congratulate you and I look forward to having that person as the city manager. But don't rush to it. If you don't have that candidate, by all means, please reopen the search.
Understood. I don't feel like I'm rushing. Thank you so much, sir. We're going to proceed next
I'm
public
sorry to come
comment
back up
speaker.
again. I just want to copy what Mr. Klein said there, share with you some of my experiences having hired lots of people in positions like this. The really good people, the best people, don't respond to inside ads and all that stuff on nets and webs and stuff. The good people are very happy where they're working. They're not responding to ads. And I can tell you for a fact from personal experience, the headhunters have, in my day, a Rolodex where those people work and who they know. And the best of the best don't answer ads. They're people that want to move to Florida. They're people out of work. They're people that see opportunities. Not going to go into names. I'm just telling you, you're hiring a CEO level person who's going to help create the vision for the city in the future going forward. At a minimum, their skill set has to include all this admin and basic management skill stuff. But the most important element of this job is seeing the future of the city, taking it in that direction and convincing every other person that works for them down the food chain, and maybe you guys in some cases, what that direction is and the desire to follow them. Because the last thing you need is a city manager that turns around, looks behind him and doesn't see a soul. And that's what you're going to end up with what you're doing.
Please state your name for the record.
Harry Woodward. All right. Mani, do we have anybody online? Did we? We didn't do it all yet. Go ahead, Mani.
We currently have no hands raised.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your input. Let me just make a few comments. Listen, we will have public participation. I never said we wouldn't. We did it before and we will have it again. All I ever said was I'd like to interview these people first. I need to know what kind of quality individuals they are because we all know sometimes what's on paper isn't always what's there in the person. Sometimes people are really great on paper and it's not always reflected. So we will continue with this process and we will make sure that the public is involved.
Okay?
It is, you know why? Because in all the years I haven't seen you come and speak, so I by all means go ahead, Ms.
You
Hay.
guys are scaring me.
Let
You
me
really
reset
are.
the time. I'm sorry.
I've been to Mildred Hay. I paid a lot of dues here.
You have.
Really scaring me. You don't have a lot of experience at all. At all. You're rookies. We're talking about a city manager with some expertise and some clout, you have to have experience. But that's a two-way street. The city manager you pick needs to have experience. And the one that's picking him need to have some. You guys don't. And you seem to be taking a shortcut. And you seem not to be too conscious of qualification. I don't want somebody in a city I've lived in since 1970 to have somebody on the list has no qualifications for this job. I take it very, very seriously. I'm not moving, but y'all need to slow down. You're in a hurry. You're in a hurry. You're in too much of a hurry with no experience. You don't have the experience. I'm not seeing any of you in here for previous times that we picked. Well, the city manager has been the best one around. It's already been said. She really should still be here because she knew how to do the job. She knew how to treat people. She knew what she was doing. And she was sought after, not just around here. Her reputation was widespread. But you guys don't have enough experience to go this fast, to put somebody on the list that does not qualify. I try not to say a whole bunch, but you're scaring me. You're too confident with the wrong candidate. I don't know why he's on the list, but all of you know he shouldn't be on there. And he knows he shouldn't be on there. But if you got people that work here, like he said, you get the wrong city manager and she won't have anybody to manage. Because these people, these are their jobs. You may have other jobs. They don't. This is it. They want a leader that knows what they're doing. And if they don't have confidence in the leader, they are going to go somewhere else. We don't want to lose the workers that are already here, the ones that have stayed so far. Because I've been here long enough and I've been to enough city council meetings to see them leave. These people want their jobs. Don't let them have to go find somewhere else to work because they're working for somebody that don't know what they're doing. This is their livelihood. It's not your livelihood. It is theirs. You come in, you don't know much, you're rookies, and you're making some heavy decisions about people's lives and livelihoods. I don't know whether your head is too big to come in through the door or what it is, but all I can tell you is you're scaring me. I've been here. I've not seen you.
Thank you, Ms. Hay.
Please think about what you're doing.
All right. All right. I think we have concluded for this evening on this item.
Hold on.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
I really want to commend my wife for speaking up, but since we're just revealing what's on our hearts, I do have a concern. And I hope I'm wrong. But I'm looking way down the road. My prayer is that I hope this city is not headed in the direction of a strong mayor. Now, for those of you who don't quite know what that is, in the city of Boynton, we have what we call a weak mayor, which means the city manager. Weak mayor, meaning that the city manager runs the day-to-day activities of the city. With the strong mayor, then the mayor calls all the shots. I'm hoping that we're not headed in that direction by selecting someone that would be lenient toward that. And there's been conversations that I don't know about. So I just need to put that out on the table. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I'm just saying what I'm saying. I hope that is not a discussion that we're going to be having from this dais, from the people of Boynton down the road, because I can see it happening, okay, based on the support of a candidate that does not qualify I was the lone voter who said, go with the headhunter. I got voted down 4-1 again, and that's all right. I go along with the majority. And this particular individual, according to the ones that we said we wanted to listen to, which is our own internal HR department, they had him down among the ones who did not qualify. I studied these, okay? And yet we feel that he is highly qualified. So it seems a little contradiction here, not contradiction, but you kind of throw out what our HR people are saying to come up with your own who does not meet the qualifications. So I'm a little concerned. I hope I'm wrong. Going down the road, that this does not turn around and bite us in the rear. Okay. So I just want to put that on the table. If this discussion come up again, go back and read the minutes. Thank you.
Commissioner, it sounds like an accusation, of which evidence I have not seen or heard, but I do have respect for you. So thank you for being open with your thoughts, and we'll proceed forward. Are there any final comments or questions from my colleagues so we can conclude this item for this evening? Again, this is only a portion of the process. This is not the totality of the process. We will have public participation and input like before. Anything else? Okay, hearing none, I believe this item is concluded. We are now going to move on to 11A. 11A reads discussion on regulating short-term vacation rentals based on initial research provided by staff and provide direction to staff relative to establishing local standards.
As mentioned earlier today, I don't have enough information and I wanted to table this item. So do I have to make a motion for that?
Yes, a request to table is a motion to table.
So motion to table item 11A.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second to table 11A. All those in favoring of tabling 11A say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and this item is tabled. We will return this item in a subsequent meeting for further discussion. Right. Moving on to 11B, discussion and advisory boards providing a report to the City Commission requested by Commissioner Kelly.
Mayor.
Yes.
I spoke at length just a day ago with staff on this topic, and I think that it would probably be best to table it at this time until the staff has gathered the information that we need. They're going to come back with what the charter is, what the parameters are for the advisory boards, what they're supposed to report, when, and so that we have more information for that discussion. So I would like to table this to a further, maybe the first one in October, just so that we have it on a date, is what and that's my opinion.
All
That's
right.
where I want it.
Sounds like you've made a motion to table item 11B.
Second.
We have a second to 11B. To October 1st, is that all right?
October
1st. Yes, I was thinking the first meeting in October would gets us past budget, and then we
Got it.
can.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not.
That's fine with me.
Not
either
so
way.
urgent that we need to talk about it in September.
All right.
October 4th.
All right. We're now moving on to, I'm sorry, it's getting late. We had a motion to table. We had a second. All those in favor of tabling 11B say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion passes. We are tabling 11B. We're in
October 4th.
until October, exactly. Legal, you made a request?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, pursuant to Section 286.01118 Florida statutes, an attorney-client closed-door session is being requested this evening to further discuss the case of City of Boynton Beach versus JKM BTS Capital LLC, Palm Beach County Circuit Court Case Number 50-2020 CA 012780XXXXMB. Those in attendance are expected to be the mayor, members of the City Commission, interim city manager Jim Stables, city special litigation counsel Thomas Baird, myself, and a court reporter. We're making this request this evening. As you know, we're continuing with the process on this litigation, and the City Commission does not meet again until September 8th. So in case there's a need to have direction and consensus for the commission as we move forward, I'm requesting this evening, making this request this evening. And if we do need a date, we will coordinate with the clerk's office on scheduling and making sure there's appropriate public notice and everyone can attend that meeting.
I appreciate you being proactive on this item. Thank you, City Attorney. That concludes your announcement. Is there anything else to add?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we adjourn for the evening, I just want to make sure I speak to staff. Is there anything on the agenda or future agenda that require further clarity from the commission while we're all here? Do you need clarity on dates or request? You let us know.
I believe that we've addressed all the dates specific, so I think we're good as far as that goes.
Okay.
If there's lack of clarity, we may reach out to the initiating commission member to get better clarity. So that's what I've directed staff to do, is the initiator of the item will seek clarity if there's not.
That works with me.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Cruz, you're about to say something. Okay, I thought I heard you say something. Yeah. Anything else from my colleagues? Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. This meeting is adjourned.